Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call the annual meeting of Sun City West to order at this time. If you are able, will we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. The first item on our agenda is the General Manager's Annual Report. And again, like I said before, please, if you have questions, comments, they will be taken at the end of the two reports. Thank you.
Thank you, George, Governing Board, and all of you present today. I want to welcome you all to this annual meeting. It's been a bit of a whirlwind year for us, obviously, with a global pandemic floating around. Here we are, and I'd like to just talk to you for a little bit today about our accomplishments and our annual report regarding Sun City West and where we are. The photo above is a reflection of our community. Beautiful space. Ranks very highly in North America as one of the highest ranked adult 55 and over communities in our country. Those golf courses that are out there and all the facilities that we have that we maintain are not in that condition by accident. There are a lot of people working very hard every day to make sure the amenities that we call home here are as nice as they are. They do a very, very good job, and I'm going to reflect on them as we move through here because I think we have a very, very good team. This annual report normally is the agenda for today. And I know you have agendas in front of you and there's quite a few items on here. So I'm going to try to get through this as best I can as far as a time commitment goes. But a recent survey that was done where they looked at over 2,600 communities of 55 and over, Sun City West ranks number 2 nationally as far as this group goes when it comes to amenities, quality of life, and what we have to offer. Number 2 is not bad, right? The Villages, I think, in Florida came out number 1. But I think this community here should be very proud of itself, and you all as residents are very, very lucky and should be honored really to live here because what you have bought into is tremendous. Thank you. So getting on with the General Manager's report. Here's a little bit of statistics for you. Active owners, we have 25,000, but we have 29,000 residents here. The largest age group, 65 to 74. So things change and trends happen. We know that. Demographics and those types of things we look at on a daily basis. Who's playing what. So those are very, very important. But if you look at the 3 colored triangles from the age of 94 down to 65, it's a big market. And throw in the 55s, we cover a large age group of people, right? So the average age is 68 years old. And we do a lot of planning according to that. We look at national trends. Where are things going? What are people doing? What are people 45 doing that in 10 years could live here? We pay attention to all of those stats and data. So when it comes to the management, obviously the things that weigh heavy on my shoulders on a daily basis are our financial stability. How are we doing? And I'm proud to tell you we're doing terrific, right? No special assessments, those types of things. We are in a very good position. So facility maintenance, we take care of things as best we can. Our capital preservation component that Mr. Finelli will talk about shortly is in great, great shape. Our golf course irrigation projects we're going to be focusing on in the next several years because they are old. Some are over 40 years old. Sprinkler systems typically don't last that long. So we are actively pursuing some major capital expenses, starting with the Grandview Golf Course next year, beginning in July. And so we'll be doing a lot of planning, prep work, construction, and those types of things. And every other year, we're dealing with new golf course irrigation systems because it's a must. We all know we're sitting in the middle of a drought. We see that every day. We hear it on the news. Water conservation on here is a very, very important component as to what we do. So new irrigation systems come with a lot of enhancements, right? Putting water where it needs to be and not spraying it where we don't need it. We're very conscious of that, and our golf team and our golf committee work very, very hard making sure we abide by these types of rules and looking forward to conservation and keeping our golf courses as wonderfully nice as they can possibly be. So you've got that on your side. That's good. So major capital improvements we look at for 30-year window. We know we have to replace air conditioners. We know we have to replace windows, doors, those types of things. Mr. Finelli sits on a very large book, makes him very tall. But he has things identified for the next 30 years as to when they have to be replaced. And there's funding being planned for today for those future needs. So you're, again, in very, very good shape. So we look at the lifestyles of people of various types of ages, and our communications team does everything we can to adapt to people's communications abilities. Things in that world change seemingly every day. So I think we're on top of it, but these are our key focus areas when it comes to management. And so when it comes to annual dues, there are a lot of Del Webb communities sprinkled around the United States. We are still sitting in a pretty hot spot, I think, when it comes to what you get for the annual dues that you pay. I think it's a steal, personally. I live in the community just below the yellow line, across the river, and I will compare those Sun City facilities and those rates to Sun City West and those rates, and they're laughably different, right? It's attestable. I go there, I use those facilities, I come here, I see these facilities, and they're almost uncomparable. It's nice for what you get. And then comparing that to some of these other prices that people pay, they don't have the amenities which are inside the walls here. This is a very good spot. So, some accomplishments that we handled this year. Obviously, the CC&R operation has been transferred over from PORA to us. So we are handling those types of neighborhood complaints and issues on a daily basis, and I think we're doing a very, very good job. James Riley's not here today overseeing that department, but as far as the number of claims or complaints that we have on book, on record now, are very, very low. We are doing a good job addressing a lot of these things that come apart that within communities that have people upset, and we deal with what is on the rule book. And again, that is a major accomplishment, I think, from us. The governing board's not inundated with a lot of complaints from the community. They're handled at staff level and doing a wonderful job doing that. Our guest policy we dealt with. We were being overrun with guests a while back. We kind of basically applied the rules in the book that are in existence and kind of resolved that issue. Membership services and space allocation are internal needs that we have internally. As you see, we got 29,000 residents, and they all tend to visit our office at some point in time, and our lobby is a bit small for that. We do get inundated at times. So space allocation, not only for recreational use, but also for office administration, is a key scenario for us, and we have done some redesign and redivision to kind of help that along. Our investment advisement committee was assembled through Ann and the Budget and Finance Committee, and so we're moving forward with that. I believe that's on the agenda today. We'll talk about a little bit more about that. Our reserve study performance is very, very good. Like I said, we have accounted for a lot of things that need to be taken care of in the future. Our APF policy revision took place over the course of last year, and that was basically dealing with a little bit of a fairness issue as to who pays APF fees and when to reduce duplication of fees. I will be talking about the IRS tax code shortly after this presentation and the implementation of a REDS program where we now communicate directly with Maricopa County electronically. And over the 4 or 5 months that this program's been implemented, we've recuperated over $800,000 in lost revenue when it comes to title changes and those types of things. So that's been very, very positive for us. The challenges, like I mentioned, the pandemic has been ugly. I mean, I think all of you have been affected somehow, some way. Traveling, the guests, the number of Canadians coming back in to visit their homes here has really dropped off. We've seen the drop in play as far as club use, as far as golf use, as far as the Canadians go anyway, and a lot of other people throughout the United States and their travel programs. But we've dealt with that. Early on, we applied for the payroll protection program, and I had a $2.5 million check sitting on my desk. Very nice to look at, but we didn't cash it. The rules were still not in place when we applied for that. We didn't really know. Our state legislative board didn't know. Should we apply? Should we not? We talked to our bank. Should we apply? Should we not? Everybody told us yes, because they didn't know the rules. So we applied. We were lucky enough to get it. But then when it kind of came out, 501c4 organizations were not eligible. So we simply put the check back in the mail and said thank you. But we tried to do what we could to protect our employees. When it comes to CIP and the deferment program, our capital program, half of that, or a little over $1 million or so of improvements to facilities, was put on hold until we kind of got a grip on what this pandemic was really going to do. And then the governing board opted in January to release those funds once again and continue with the improvements that you see going on around the community. So that's all good. So nothing, it was deferred at a point, but it was reinstated and we moved forward. We did have closure of facilities. I did have a target on my back from all the golf folks when I shut that place down for 3 weeks. I lived through it, barely. But we moved the maintenance up during those 3 weeks of closure. That Todd was going to have to shut the courses down anyway in his normal time frame, but we just moved that up during the closure period, took care of all the early maintenance and transition from golf, from ryegrass to Bermuda, and that all took place during that closure period. But we were seeing not a lot of compliance early on with the group gatherings and those types of things. So I think we really had to make a point. We did so, and I think we moved healthy through this process. So now we're in the revenue recovery process as far as that goes, and things are looking very, very nicely. Again, Mr. Finelli will talk a little bit about our financial status shortly, and you'll be able to see some numbers for yourself that I think will very much impress you. And again, the chartered clubs and the RRMPs, we're looking at our rules, regulations, and procedures and policies on how we deal with clubs, and just kind of to do some modification and change to make sure that what we do on the ground matches what's in the rule book. Goals and objectives, again, looking forward a little bit from our planning. We always look at changing demographics. We want to make sure that we're planning ahead, not to be surprised, and kind of helping the clubs go along, as well as our citizens, in providing them some of the services that they're requesting. Charter club tax exempt status, again, I'll hold off on that. There is a presentation shortly coming that I know will entertain you. The water conservation and drought contingency plan that we've got in place, this is a very, very important scenario for us. If you want to, I wouldn't worry about taxes. I'd worry about water at this point. So when it comes to club facilities and member counts, new software going in there, because we really, really want to know who's using the facilities and in what kind of format. A lot of clubs have a lot of members, but they're not active. So we are really trying to figure out, from a space need and a utility need, where are we? So special events and recreational activity recovery, last year due to COVID, that was pretty much idle. Casey's got a very, very good program planned, and I think you're going to start to see wonderful events happening again that you can all participate in and enjoy. So that's a wonderful thing. And then when it comes to our reserve fund, the governing board has put a bottom line: do not drop below a 40% threshold in our policies, and we are well above that. So when it comes to opportunities, again, the demographics, we focus on a location, try to make things simpler through technology. We access to healthcare, that is very important as people age. Pet-friendly spaces, we're very aware of that. Outdoor fitness, trips and excursions, and then potentially looking at college courses, utilizing some of our open space to do some personal expression and continued growth. You won't be able to read that in the back. I don't think you can read it in the front, but that is a picture of our organizational chart, available online if you care to see that, but we have our programs broken out accordingly into various types of divisions. And these are the divisions listed. But the real thrust of this particular slide, in any department that we offer, it really all turns into customer service. That's what we're here for, that's what we do, and that's what we try to make this community as friendly as possible for those of you living here. So the team, it's on the agenda for, it's actually an agenda item later in this thing, so I'm going to skip through here, but I will introduce these fine folk for you to get a glimpse at here and talk a little bit statistically about where we're at. So when it comes to this year, we've had some policy revisions. We looked at group play when it comes to our golf policies. We looked at our investment policy to make sure that we were not losing your money. How I invest my money personally should not affect you. How you invest your money personally should not affect me. But how the governing board and staff invest group money affects you, and we are very cognizant of that, and we play by the rules. So there was a time, Mr. Finelli crawled into my office one day and said, Bill, we're down $4.5 million. Not a good story. That's why he had dark hair about 3 months ago. We have rebounded nicely. So all is well there. But we did implement a new policy on how we invest your money, and be comforted to know that it's very well protected. Our club loan policy that we'll talk about again when it comes to taxation, we looked at that and how we fund our capital projects, as well as the guidelines that we now have in place for donations, memorials, and advertising. So those are some of the things we worked on internally. We're looking at dividing the scope up for a master plan, i.e. where are we going? It'd be nice to have a 10-year window that we can kind of set our sights on and some long-term goals. The REDS program I talked about as far as capturing funding from Maricopa County that normally would have slipping through the basket, so to speak. Our incentive pay program as far as our outdoor summer heat. That first photo I showed you of the golf course hole. Again, there's 100 individuals working out there related to golf. And it's not a pleasant environment in the summertime, but they have to do it. And they get out well before the golfers play. Emergencies happen, water lines leak, and they have to be fixed pronto. And those guys are out there doing it morning, noon, and night. And we compensate them for that. Rotary Club has been reactivated over at Beardsley Park on Memorial Garden. So there's new tiles being sold and installed on a monthly basis. That's good. We found a grant through the Desert Diamond Casino that brought $20,000 to our library. Recruitment of financial advisors, again, we talked about to kind of protect your money to make sure we're doing the right thing. And the 501c7 tax status, again, coming shortly. But the CC&R staff relocations and the remodeling of memberships are some of the internal accomplishments that we handled off this year. I'm going to pass this off. I need a drink of water. And Katie will talk a little bit about IT.
Thanks, Bill. And thank you, everyone. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces out here. Appreciate you coming out. Kind of what Bill was talking about.
Katie, please introduce yourself and exactly who you are and your status for the people who may not know you.
I'm Katie O'Grady. I'm the General Services Officer. That means I do whatever the boss wants, general. No, I do IT, library, and public relations, so a little bit of variety there. So we're going to talk about some of the things that happened behind the scenes during COVID. I know there was a lot of question about, didn't we let staff go? I think I worked from home for about a week, and then I was back in the office for the rest of COVID, so never really took a break from there. I know it affected all of you guys, but I want to show you some of the stuff that was happening behind the scenes. Any way we could, in my divisions, we tried to make sure you stayed involved, make sure we continued servicing you. As Bill said, it's all about customer service. So this is one of the boring things that's going to happen behind the scenes in the coming year. Things like replacing servers and software. Our accounting software is becoming end of life, so we've got to upgrade the server and upgrade the software. Those are things you don't see, but those are things that keep us very busy behind the scenes. Things you will see are things like the club software that Bill talked about. We're going to roll this out really slowly. We've got 103 clubs. They're very, very different, which means their solutions have to be somewhat different. We do have a one-size-all-fits software, but it's going to have to look a little different in how each club uses it. So you'll see this start very, very slow, and then eventually we'll hope to have it out at all the clubs. We'll get a better idea of who's using the facilities when. That'll help with space utilization and also with right-sizing our chartered clubs. Member credit, for those of you that bring in guests or you want to pay for your golf out of your credit account, we are looking to put that online in the fall, so you don't have to call member services or show up at a golf shop. You'll be able to go online to that member portal and do that from home. At the library, we did close down during COVID, but we had a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. Again, if you use that member portal to pay your dues or to make a golf reservation, you've probably also seen that you can book a golf lesson on there. So that is our idea, is to get this online where you can now book your library lessons. If you want a class on how to use your cell phone or how to use Microsoft Word, we're going to start rolling that out as well. The nice thing, it's called single sign-on. So when you go to the portal and you sign on with your rec card and your ID, you'll automatically be recognized as an owner member with the right privileges in these additional software. So look for that coming up soon. Also at the library, again, we closed, but we did offer curbside pickup because we know a lot of people were stuck at home, not much to do. They wanted their books and their DVDs. So we offered curbside pickup until it got very, very hot. Then we had it at the door. You could come by and pick up your books and DVDs. So kudos to that staff for continuing that service during the closure. We also pushed a lot of our digital resources. We have a lot of ebooks up there. You can get your magazines online. You can get even books on tape, so it'd be books online. You can play it on your phone as you're driving cross country. So if you're a snowbird and it was difficult to get back here and return those books on DVD, you can now get those online and they automatically return for you after your expiration date. So if you're not familiar with the library's digital resources, check them out or stop by the library and chat with someone about them. They'd be excited to bring you up to speed. This one is not fully implemented yet. We just signed the contract. I'm very excited about it. It's called Culture Pass. With that, you go to the library and you can check out 2 free passes to many of the different museums in Arizona. I think the Heard Museum's up there, Arco Sante. So you check it out, 2 free passes to get into those museums. You can check out 1 pass per week. It's based on availability, but look for that rolling out. Once it's ready to go, you'll see a lot of signage up in the library about that. On the public relations front, we're super excited, and I don't want to steal Bob's thunder, super excited that we're going to be bringing TORCH back in the spring. We had to unfortunately cancel that in the middle of the last session because of COVID, but it's going to come back, hopefully with some nice changes. If you're not familiar with TORCH, go to suncitywest.com/TORCH and read all about it. Check out the videos, and you'll hear from Bob, I think, a little later on that. And then also in the PR realm, COVID sort of forced our hand in live streaming these meetings. And I got to give a big shout out to Johnson and Martin in the back there. They kind of work behind the scenes, but they're the ones that make these videos available to you. If you can't be here in person to watch the meeting, you can go home, watch it at your leisure, or for our snowbirds, they're online. They'll be in there for perpetuity. So if you miss a meeting, you can check it out on our YouTube channel. That's it for my realm. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I'd like to introduce Russ Boston to come talk to you about our operations and maintenance team that he oversees. So all of these facilities that you enjoy really are the responsibility of Russ and his team to make sure things are looking as nicely as they do. Mr. Boston.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Russ Boston. I'm the facilities manager over operations and facilities maintenance and capital projects. So some of the things facilities operations have been faced with this year, of course, is COVID. As we got our task force together, I quickly realized how much every decision we made affected them as they are on the front line. They had to get people pulled back from their homes. They were sent home when we closed, had to get everything set up, signs made. We had rule changes, constant rule changes, to make it easier for you folks to come in and use the facilities. The mask thing was everybody's favorite in the whole world, I know. I thought they did an awesome job. Another one of the new things is the Kuentz Fitness Center. When it was done, I think David did a great job. It's very much different. Those of you who have not been over there, the new section has got a bunch of new stuff that you don't see at any other place. And it's becoming very, very popular the more people figure out how it's used. Some of the things they have done over the year is the purchase and replacement of the fitness and the fitness equipment at Kuentz. The audio-visual upgrades we did at the lecture hall, here at the social hall, Palm Ridge Summit Hall, and then we also did audio upgrades at Beardsley Pool and Palm Ridge Outdoor Pool. Metal art installation at Kuentz and R.H. Johnson. Thank you to the artist at the Metal Club who donated those. And then we did some enhanced cleaning and sealing of shower rooms. For users at Beardsley, that was the first one we did. It just looked atrocious from our hard water. We got with a tile specialist who actually trained us how to do it. We bought the chemicals from him and did it ourselves. It turned out so great. I actually brought the board through before and after, and then we proceeded to continue at the other facilities. We are currently in the process of trying to achieve the same quality results at Palm Ridge, so it's a work in progress. Then in the facilities maintenance side, As Carl has borrowed most of my guys for the period of the year, we've done a lot of co-mingling with Carl's projects, so he's kept them pretty busy. But these are some of the things on a daily basis that we take care of. Of course, our 245 air conditioners is priority this time of year. Swamp coolers, exhaust fans, water heaters, backflow devices, toilets, urinals. If you own a home, you know the drill. It definitely keeps us busy. We got 15 guys that take care of all these things, and they're amazing. This was a highlight. We did 14 units in one day over at Kuentz. We did 64 units this year, brand new units. Some are done internally, some are done with vendors. I wish we could do them all, but we have daily stuff we need to do as well, so we try to split the difference. And that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. He touched on, and several of us have touched on the COVID thing, and I know we've kind of all been through this. I see some people with masks, and you know, I've recently flown on an airplane. Everybody's wearing them and whatnot. But inside the walls here, I just want to let you know that what we were dealing with this year, we've had internally on our employee side, we had 91 cases, 1 death, and so not easy. And so it's been a challenge throughout this entire deal, but we've kept the show rolling as best we can. And speaking of, I'd like to introduce Patrick O'Hara to talk a little bit about our golf course operations and some maintenance. Todd Patty is away today tending to some parents. And so Mr. O'Hara is going to inform you on environmental services and golf. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pat O'Hara, Golf Operations Manager. And as Bill said, Todd's out of town. And I just want to say, Todd and his staff do a wonderful job for us. We're very fortunate to have him. He's been here 29, 30 years, got a lot of expertise, got a lot of local knowledge, and every day I'm amazed just how good these golf courses are and stay. So thanks, Todd, wherever you are. So I'm up here to explain a few projects for Todd. I'll do the best I can. He's a wealth of knowledge, but he always seems to stay busy and improve our facilities. This last summer, we had a driving range project over at Pebblebrook. You can see the start of it with the mounds of dirt to leveling out the tee, enlarging the tee by an additional 50%, and the final project. We also do, or Todd has been doing lake projects, and they're really threefold. One of them is to conserve water. At this time, he also makes them a little bit more playable. He puts the edge of the lake back to the original size. And then from an aesthetic standpoint, they turn out very well too. So at this time, he relines the lakes, recaptures that, and it just turns out to be a fabulous project. And there you can see the before and after. This last summer, we also did new bunkers over at Desert Trails. This is the 7th year of a 7-year project. Each course was touched with bunkers being replaced and improved. And this turned out very, very nicely as well. Currently, this is one of the deferred projects Bill was talking about earlier. Pebblebrook Putting Green is being reshaped, enlarged. This now becomes the largest practice putting green in Sun City West. And this is a neat project. If you get a chance, swing over to Pebblebrook. But they started with strip and sod, enlarging it, putting 10 inches of a base, sand base, put in drainage, irrigation. And this is some aerial views. They shot stolons, which is a Bermuda grass, and sprayed that all over it. And this started back in May, and that's where we are today. It's not quite finished, but hopefully we'll be on those putting greens sometime in mid-August. So again, Todd and his staff do a wonderful job. Very fortunate to have him, and we look forward to another good year of golf. Thank you.
Bear, you want to get up? Or you want me to yak? That's a whatever. I'll handle this. A couple of improvements at the sports pavilion. Most recently, we've got a new scoring system on the 30 lanes over there. That is a tremendous improvement as far as the bowling goes. And a social gathering place known as Lizard Acres Pub was installed. And so that's a work in action. So continuing to make some improvements over there, but as far as utilizing that facility for a nice little gathering spot is a tremendous improvement, I think, over at the sports pavilion. Moving on, I think now you can get your pens and pencils ready. Mr. Finelli will come up and talk to you a little bit about our financial situation and where we stand. Pete Finelli.
The most exciting part of the day, right? The finances, right? Well, hello everybody. I'm Pete Finelli, the CFO, Chief Financial Officer for your association. I really do appreciate you giving me the opportunity to present the financial status of the rec centers for Sun City West. A couple points of clarity. Many of you already know a lot of this, but the fiscal year for our association is July 1 to June 30th, not the calendar year. And most of the financial information I'm going to be presenting is in thousands, so as not to have a whole bunch of very large numbers on there. And finally, before I get into too much of details, I think it's important to articulate that many of the areas we're about to discuss were significantly impacted by COVID, both in the current year and the prior year, and some unusual variances and outcomes occurred. So referencing the first slide on revenues, the current year revenues are up about 1.8 million over the prior year at 25 million versus 23.2. The highlighted yellow portion of the slide shows the golf fees, and the ancillary revenues comprise the entirety of that overall $1.8 million increase. In that, projected revenues for golf were 9.6 million. That's up from 7.8. This is mostly due to an increase in rounds played versus the prior year. Through May, they're up about 17.7%, and also a modest increase was implemented July 1. On the highlighted blue, the slide shows that certain sectors were negatively impacted by COVID. All other revenues dropped by about 700,000 or to 700,000 from 1.1 million. Most notably, that occurred in bowling due to lanes restrictions and special events due to cancellations. And for total revenues against budget, COVID impacts resulted in a projected shortfall of revenues of about 700,000, the 25 million projected against 25.7 budget. And moving to the next slide for expenses. The prior year had 22.1 million of expenses across the 4 identified expense categories. This increased by about 300,000 in the current year, which is about 1.1%. And against budget, there were sizable savings in all 4 categories, resulting in a favorable variance of just about $1.7 million. For clarity on the next slide, I referenced the operating income. The operating income is the portion of the income statement that is the result of operating revenues minus operating expenses. Sounds pretty straightforward, but it excludes the capital-related portion of the income statement, such as asset preservation fees and depreciation, things like that. So the overall income in the prior year was about 1.1 million. At this time, we're projecting an operating income for the current fiscal year to be about 2.6 million. And the budgeted operating margin income, for 21 was about 1.6 million. So we're ahead on that regard. Next slide is our capital-related portion of the income statement. For this presentation, there are 4 identified categories. The first one, investments, is a combination of the changes in the valuation of our reserve funds, as well as dividends earned upon those investments. Prior year had about 1.7 million, while the current year is projected to be about 2.0 million. We do not ever budget for reserve fund valuation changes given the unpredictability of the markets. So the 500,000 or so in the budget is only for, excuse me, dividend income. The next line, asset preservation fees, has shown tremendous strength in the current year due to very strong home sales and the REDS program. Prior year was about 4.0 million, and that has grown to about 5.1 million in the current year. The budget was about 4.6, so favorable variance of about 500,000. Excuse me, the next line, depreciation, has grown year over year due to some sizable projects coming online over the past year, but we're favorable to budget due to the deferment that Mr. Schmidt was referencing earlier due to COVID. The next slide is our capital spend. The governing board approved about 5.9 million for the current year. We're projecting at this time to be about 419,000 of savings, and these savings benefit the reserve funds by lowering the amount that we draw upon those reserve funds when we reconcile. The next slide, excuse me. Speaking of reserve funds, this reserve fund slide depicts a very closely watched indicator that we use to assess the strength of the reserve funds, and that's the fully funded balance percentage. And right now we're projecting a reserve fund balance of about 27.7 million against the fully funded balance need of about 51 million, and which is a percentage of just about 54%. And as Bill mentioned earlier, our policy for the rec centers is that this percentage be no less than 40%. So currently the present position is at acceptable rates. All right. And lastly, there are always financial risks. I'm not saying any of these are going to happen, but I've identified a few here. Of course, inflation can impact the reserve study, so that our modeling projects, items to replace in the future. Currently in our modeling, it's about 3%. So anything that came in higher than that would require more reserve funds to offset the impact. It can also impact reserve funds in the valuation of the stocks and the bonds. And of course, it can also impact our operating budget in that many expenses are tied to the cost of living and most notably our minimum wage here in Arizona. So it could be a very material impact. Interest rates are closely watched because it impacts the affordability of housing. And of course, prices are potential impact as well. Any impacts there could impact the rate of our home sales and subsequently impact our asset preservation fees. So we keep a close watch on that too. Insurances have seen double-digit increases over the past year. We hope this will moderate, but some national trends that have impacted the claims payouts could continue into future years. And lastly, certainly don't want any of this, but a recession, in recessionary periods, oftentimes the first impact is discretionary spending. And so rec centers such as golf, bowling, special events could be impacted. So we certainly don't want to see that. Again, I'm not saying any of these happen, and I think we had a tremendous year, and we're looking forward to staying the course in next year. So thank you very much.
Peter? Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Carl Wilhelm as our project manager for all of our capital improvement projects. And these are the wonderful things that take place throughout the fiscal year. I think Pete said we had like 5.9 budgeted for all our CIP projects this year. Carl oversees all of those. And so a lot of the nuances and the new projects coming alive, as well as a lot of the maintenance stuff that goes on, Carl oversees. Mr. Wilhelm, your show.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I just got to tell you, this is my favorite meeting in the world or the year because we just get to show off all of everyone's accomplishments. First off, I'd like to start thanking you, the members, because you bring great ideas from your clubs to the governing board. I'd like to thank the governing board for approving these projects. We do a lot of work together through our committees. When a club brings an idea forward, it's deliberated. It goes through a Properties Committee. It goes through the Chartered Clubs Committee. It goes through the Budget and Finance Committee, and then ultimately into the budget for the governing board to approve. So thank you again, and I'd like to show you some of the accomplishments that happened this year. We had a carryover project from the FY2021-22 era, and we finished this in late October of 2020. But this is our Kuentz courtyard improvements, our spa improvements, pool deck improvements, new flooring, new walls. We had a 4,800 square foot addition built at Kuentz, encompassing a couple of craft clubs and a new fitness center. Our staff has fitted this fitness center. It's gorgeous. It's so improved in size and with all the new machines. The club that kind of kicked this all off was a request from the Palo Verde Patchers. They needed a designated club space through multiple months of deliberation and strategizing about this. These are their new quarters. I've heard nothing but great things in working with the club leadership, and this also impacted the Weavers. And here are their new quarters. They have kind of shared the original space and each received a portion of that 4,800 square foot addition. Seamlessly, the new building fit right between the wood shop and the existing arts and crafts pool building, fitness building. And another benefactor of this was some additional cart parking for the members of the community that bring their carts as opposed to cars, and impacting the car spots in the parking lot. So, and what's not shown in the slides is the 60 space car addition of a parking lot between tennis and the wood shop. Early on in the year, we did a mill and replacement project for Pebblebrook. Pebblebrook has received a lot of improvements over this last year between Todd Patty's capital projects of shorelines, golf tee ranges, and this was the mill and replacement. Folks, I'd like to share with you that based on our reserve tool that manages all our assets and the repair and replacement life, you should expect that these will be the outcome of just about every property that we have here. We are going to be experiencing roof renovations and parking lot mill and replacements for over the next 4 or 5 years that will bring us back up to a brand new standard again. R.H. Johnson had many improvements. Our all large dog park. This was a compilation of a lot of communication with dog clubs and member use, staff, and if anybody's a dog lover and has large dogs and they've taken it to the back of the old dog park, you can definitely say that this is a big improvement from what we had before. We've got 3 cells of grass separated by 2 functional sections so that we can do grass improvements yearly with environmental services. And we've expanded that 4-acre parcel to be fully usable by members and their animals. R.H. Johnson Library received a roof restoration. Again, I mentioned that over the next 5 years, technically for the roofs, approximately over the next 7 years, we will be doing restorations like this on all of our properties. The benefit is that if I were to take our tools that manage and observe the conditions of our roofs, technically in about 7 to 10 years, a traditional commercial building would have a brand new roof placed on top of some of these buildings. But due to our care and maintenance and restoration program of doing these roofs like this about every 10 to 12 years, we will eliminate having to put new roofs on these buildings. R.H. Johnson has a mini golf course, and it was due for new turf. You can see the work that goes into actually tearing out turf on a mini golf. It's not typical to your back patio or a commercial carpet space, and the outcome was quite nice. I've had great comments from our golf clubs, and it's getting a lot of use. Making the rec centers great again, we accomplished building the wall. So our borders are safe. Hillcrest now has separation from the R.H. Johnson property, and we put up a new property line fence, replacing the old dilapidated one. Over at the Sports Pavilion, the staff, Bill and Barry, have mentioned that we've got a lot of nice upgrades over there. The old shuffleboard room has definitely got a design impact, and go check out the Lizards, go have a beer. It's a nice social gathering area. Expect some great furniture to be coming, and enjoy that space. Over at the Sports Pavilion, we did a cabinet reface of all the point of sale counters. You can see the nice orange millwork matching our motif that's inside, and then the Barry's upgrades to the scoring system. Memo's Restaurant got a little bit of an upgrade. We converted all of their appliances from electric to gas. The big benefit for the rec centers is the difference of how we use our utilities. Taking that restaurant offline from electric has really given the rec centers back a lot of power that is needed on a daily basis to run these buildings, and now they have a nice Southwest gas line and gas appliances. Barry required a new shed for all of the storage of items for the Sports Pavilion. Storage is a shortage here at the rec centers. And then one of the other things that kind of ties into the R.H. Johnson area is our metal shop. Over the last couple of years, we've had a lot of conversations about the past 20 years or so of expansion at the metal shop. The metal shop is a very vibrant club, has some fantastic members using that club and creating some beautiful work. They've needed this space. They have tools that are necessary. The problem is that it was encroaching on an easement that really wasn't usable. And over the years, heavy rainstorms and things like that, it had unsafe conditions at times. And it just came to the point where we knew that we needed to correct these measures. And currently, they are getting an addition build of 2,600 square foot on the back of the building. These pictures here will show you the teamwork that goes in between staff, my general contractors that we hire, and so this is the existing space as it was. This is our staff, facilities maintenance. Facilities maintenance team is of about 15 guys. You saw Russ's presentation on all of the things that they need to maintain on a daily basis. The maintenance problem sheets that come in, a toilet running or something that needs repair, a AC unit that needs to be checked. During all of that work, they were able to achieve the demolition of all of those existing structures of the past 20 years, demo that within those same hours. If this cost was associated with the general contractor, that would have been between $15,000 and $20,000 that we got to save by having our wonderful staff help me out in demoing that area. So today, the metal shop is all this concrete is gone. The car wash wall has been repainted and given back to the car wash, and all people are happy. So I got to say that COVID, not to beat a dead horse here, but COVID impacted all of us in a various amount of ways. COVID didn't really impact some of my projects because, the buildings weren't being used. But I got to say that not all projects could get done during the COVID season, if you will. So I thank you for the inconveniences that you and patience that you put up with while, choices were being made to reopen buildings. A lot of our projects over the year got done during our closures, but a handful have to be done at the matter and inconvenience of our members. So again, Palmbridge received new carpeting during the closures. While Russ's team, facilities maintenance, was prepping for a new paint design and building improvements for Palmbridge, they deal and have a war with woodpeckers and bees every single day of the week. And during those moments where they're battling that, we stumbled across that the foundations around the aquatic center were experiencing 25 years of aging. And in these photos, you'll see that due to the moisture content from inside of a pool environment, outside watering, 25 years of age, different materials from the past to build a building, they've seen some of their life, useful life met, and these areas could not go untreated. So this was an unexpected project, but within about a 4-week time frame, we have repaired Palmbridge's activity building. About 75% of all perimeter walls had to be repaired, and you could see like rebar was sealed, walls were chipped, and it's all back together and looks beautiful. The vendor did an amazing job, and they did it for a great value. The building is ready for a new coat of paint, and we'll get on with that soon. Over at Palmbridge, we also did a lot of repairs, old walkways that are heaving and cracking, and over time we've done some grinding so that they stay safe, but they've become so unsightly. In preparation of a big parking lot mill and replacement, which you're all aware of, we got some other things done. They didn't exactly fall into your schedules very well. I know that it ended up closing the fitness facilities once in a while, or pickleball, but again, I just got to say thank you for your patience. The facility looks beautiful. It has some new concrete. It also got new parking lot lighting. Currently, facilities maintenance is working on the new foundations for the walkway lighting. I will finish that project up here in about 30 days, and we'll have all new walkway lighting that's very representative of what we have here at R.H. Johnson and over at Beardsley. And then finally, over the last 4 weeks, we have had a mill and replacement of the Palmbridge Rec Center. This pictures really depict the vast amount of equipment and people that it takes to do these projects. It also takes a choice of what is the best for the rec centers, financially and time, and closures in your inconvenience. So in the Palmbridge case, the decision was to save quite a large amount of money and have one mobilization and close the whole entire facility. And it was expected to be a 5-week project. We completed it in 4. Everybody is back working or playing pickleball and in the fitness centers again. You can see some of the equipment that was used for this project. As we tear out asphalt at our rec centers, some of the unknowns are what are the conditions of the soils? 40 years or 25 years of water soaking into the ground. These soils need to be stabilized. We try to get them things accomplished during the time frame of that project. We were very fortunate that weather was not an issue at Palmbridge. And you can see the progress. That is a big parking lot, folks. And again, some of the equipment, day in and day out for 4 weeks. And here's our final product. It is 100% striped today and open. And something down the road depends on our present stretch of pavement. Thank you, folks.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the general manager's report for this year. I want to thank you all for coming, and I just want to tip my hat to the staff behind me because this team is an absolute tremendous asset. Thank you.
Bill, you're still up with your text.
Really?
Yeah. Or do you want? Or do you? I can move around the agenda if you want me to be in between.
No, this is good.
Thank you very much. I'm sure this is what we're all here waiting for, right? Yeah. Okay. I wish there was donuts and coffee with it, but no, it's all good.
All right. Well, thank you, George. This is a bit of an update of what we've got going on with our 501c7 clubs and their tax-exempt status. This was brought about a year ago as I was working with some people managing the Kiva Bridge group, and it has expanded a little bit into the entire 103 clubs that we actually offer. We met in March in a special executive session to kind of alert the board as to some of the issues that may pertain themselves to the IRS, and we are now trying to quantify and come up with resolution as to where we currently stand. And I think we're in a pretty good spot, really. But there are a lot of moving parts here to talk about. Sun City West, again, 103 active clubs. The IRS oversees these individual clubs as they are classified as 501c3 social clubs. I'm sorry, C7s, excuse me. There are 29 C divisions within the IRS. C3, C4, C7, keep going, and then we'll get to 29. But rules and regulations are something that we operate by operationally when it comes to staff. And that is relayed upon into the chartered clubs and how they are operating. And it affects how they deal with their end of year 501c7 status. So we've met with our legal team, right? We have a tax attorney, we have an association attorney that we use, and we use certified accounting auditors when it comes to what we do at the end of the year and what the clubs also do or should be doing at the end of the year when they file their end of year reports, right? And then there are chartered club assessments. So we have organizational bylaws that the association abides by, and each individual club also has their own. Same thing with policies, and the same thing with rules, regulations, and procedures. So this is the rule book, right? I'm a 15-year basketball official, right? Every year I get a rule book. And sometimes, you have to make a tough call. This is one of them. So when it comes to C7s and the social clubs and how we deal with the IRS, okay? To be an exempt club, a club must be organized for exempt purposes. IRS writes the rule book, not us. The clubs must provide personal contact among members, and membership must be limited, okay? Golf courses are not limited. They're open to the public by design, as is our bowling alley. There's no limits there. They are not clubs. So we got to focus on really what we are, right? We're dealing with clubs. And clubs must be supported by membership fees, dues, and assessments to that particular club. Earnings of these organizations may not have a personal or private interest in its activities. That's a little bit of a key there when it comes to tax exemption. Okay? The IRS code talks about no more than 15% of a club's gross receipts are to be derived by the use of its facilities or services by the general public. An organization that exceeds that limit may lose its 501c7 tax status. Going back to Kiva, it was brought into our office that their folks that are managing that division realized that they had an excess of funding coming in from non-members playing cards, right? A lot of outside people coming in to play. And their numbers were out of balance. So they came to us saying, how do we fix this? And so we attempted to work with them within the rules presented in our RRMPs, our bylaws, and everything else that we operate, the rules of the game that the association plays with on how to deal with that, right? We don't open our facilities or our clubs up to the general public. We know that. So how do we deal with these guests coming in to play cards? It's not that we want to cancel the program. It's how can we help you? And so dealing with that, we kind of came up with a way to allow this club to continue what they're doing and simply rent the facilities from us. We had a rental agreement. It went through our legal team. It was all sifted through. It was all vetted, good to go. COVID came, closed the store down. Oops, right? So we came back a year later when we're opening up these facilities, and where can we go? But that issue put the onion on the desk, and we had to peel that onion back, right? Who else is doing this? Are we okay, or are these other clubs okay? I personally do not want to have to go to a governing board meeting and say that the IRS has found us in violation and we owe them money. We owe a fine. I don't want your owner member fees going to pay any kind of penalty, right? So that's one of our goals. We got to make sure the association is in good shape, and we've done that. And I'm also just giving a shout out to the clubs, because what we found in Kiva could pertain to potentially a lot of our clubs. So beware of this situation. Things have evolved over time that put the clubs potentially in a risk. We just wanted to let the clubs know that. And of our clubs, right? This is what we're just kind of shouting out. And this word's going to come up a little bit more in this, in this presentation. Compliance. Let's play by the rules. It's an easy thing to do. So we have 103 clubs, like I said, operating wonderfully in this community. 80% of those are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. This is not a wildfire, right? This is a, I don't want to say a solution looking for a problem, to quote Mr. Wallace in the audience, but we are looking at this, very diligently and what we have to do. But 80% of these operational clubs that we have are exactly doing what they're doing to the T. They're doing well. We've got 3 chartered clubs that have a 501c3 tax status exemption. Those are charitable organizations. They too are doing things exactly right. Friends of the Library, Auto Restoration, and the radio station. They're charitable organizations. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. So what we found is that we have a few clubs that are basically dealing with this 501c7 allowance, and they need to be just kind of realigned. Let's get them back on the track and do what they're supposed to be doing. 3 clubs are getting in trouble because they're selling advertising, bringing in outside money into their revenues that are not club related. So we are dealing with those. We've got 16 charter clubs that are selling arts and crafts. We'll get into that. We got 3 chartered clubs that are dance related that bring in a lot of outside guest revenue into their club by non-members coming in and participating. And then we have the Kiva Bridge issue, which I briefly mentioned. Again, outside guests. So let's talk a little bit about where we're at. As far as outdoor sports clubs, advertising and loans, the guests being non-members participating in the programs, and then craft clubs that are dealing with personal monetary gain. So the 3 clubs in question that have fences around them, that they're taking advantage of those fences by hanging advertising, right? We have a policy that has been in existence since 2011. During our research, I went back and found memos to a former general manager that basically talks about this, and I think that's why this policy is dated when it is, because it basically says, hey, the contract will only be authorized for 6 weeks if you're going to hang advertising on a fence for a program, particularly for event commercialization and sponsorship. The policy says hang a sign on the fence for 6 weeks. That includes a few weeks before the event and a little time for teardown. Okay, that seems fair. I don't think the association would like to just send us out putting up billboards everywhere and naming every building what we care to just for the sake of raising money. That's not, I think, the intent of what we want to be doing when it comes to selling advertising. So this policy was created for that. Well, they've deviated from that a little bit. There's also a policy back in 2015 that talks about contracts. When it comes to contract advertising, that it's limited to 3 years, not 25-year naming rights, not 15-year naming rights. 3 years is a contractual limit. And also highlighted in there, it talks about this is necessary for prohibition simply to comply with IRS and the RRMP rules and regulations. The rules are there. Abide by them, right? But somehow along the way, the train got off the track. We're just trying to put it back on the track when it comes to advertising, because advertising money, again, comes from the general public, not club membership, and it's problematic. So, a couple of examples. We've got naming rights on facilities. We've got MIMOs. We've got Sands, Liberty, and an outfield full of signs. That's what your outfield looks like, right? In the past, and a slide or two earlier, we talked about loans. Over time, the governing board has basically been in a position where if a club needed some assistance, like the metal shop wanted to expand, and we can help you by raising money to help offset that cost, or whether it's pickleball, or whether it's, you name a club, whether it's the greenhouse, for instance, we can sell more plants and we can expand the greenhouse. That's all done with outside money or fundraising. And that is problematic when it comes to the social club and the amount of money they can bring in. So these advertising signs are being sold out there to help offset the cost of replacing the synthetic infield. That's what your owner member fees go for. When we make golf course improvements, your fees go to that. The revenues that we bring in as the association pay for those improvements. All the things Carl just talked about, all those wonderful improvements that we've done over the course of a fiscal year are paid for by your organizational input from owner member fees coming into the association and how we fund our capital projects and restoring things. We shouldn't have members going around chasing automobile dealers for putting signs on the fence. It's not necessary. But and you don't need those signs on the fence to play a game of softball. Plays the same. Home run's the same distance. You hit the ball against the fence, it's the same distance. There's your field without signs. I don't know, some people like signs. It kind of looks like what parks kind of look like at times, but there's your option. And that really lands on the governing board. If the governing board thinks advertising is a good scenario, then that's a board decision. The money would come to the association, not the club, and nothing would change. But again, it really comes down to the governing board and how we set policy. Let's talk a little bit about craft clubs. Again, as social clubs, right? They're designed for pleasure, recreation, and non-profitable purposes. That was the intent of the craft clubs throughout this community from day one. Sun City Grand, and all of the other Sun Cities that I mentioned earlier in the program where we were talking about membership dues, right? They're limited to a target group of people, not the general public, to fit the character or the purpose of the club. Again, the 15% gross receipt scenario is the testing point for the IRS. Are you a social club or are you making money? And if you're making money, taxes should be paid. You're no longer tax exempt. That's the rule. So, regarding the IRS, okay, a club that engages in business by making its social and recreational facilities open to the general public, a problem, or by selling products organized and operated not for exclusively for pleasure or recreation, is not considered exempt. Those are the IRS rules, right? All we're asking, again, is to comply. We have rules, regulations, and procedures known as RRMPs in our association. It clearly spells that out, that these clubs are not to be used really for personal and private gain, okay? This is cut and pasted right out of the RRMPs. And it says the sale of products or services for personal monetary gain is prohibited. Now, George, over the course of last year as the president, has a symbol that he uses. You want to share that with us, George? That, right? Stop, but go. We're talking about two different things, and we just need to align ourselves into, following the rules. It's the easiest fix, and it's the right thing to do. But things really don't have to change dramatically, right? When it comes to making products, I'm a woodworker, and I am a member of the woodworking club in Sun City. They have the same scenario. They have a different tax status, but they monitor how many cutting boards I make, and I'm not selling them commercially in Europe or anything like that. I make them for my friends and my family, give them away, I sell some and whatnot, although it's prohibited. But if I make a couple of cutting boards and take them home and they sit in my kitchen for a year, not used, and someone comes by my house and would like one, here, you want to pay me for it? Okay, $20. But that's all good. I'm not in business to make cutting boards. It's a hobby. So the village store, I know, is a very, very sensitive subject. I like the village store. I buy things at the village store, or I did, and I give them away as gifts. They make great jewelry. They make a lot of wonderful things there that are great gift packages. However, the way we are operating the village store is in a huge conflict with the IRS. The revenues that the village store was collecting through the association was coming to us. We were holding a 16% holdback on that to offset the cost of the store and the staff at the store taking care of all things. And those rest of those fundings were going back to the club as non-club revenue, or non-club revenues, right? They're not by the club members, they're the general public or members outside of the club. They could be owner members here, fine, but you're still outside of that club, which reflects into that 15%. And it's significant. It's very, very significant. And so here's a 14-year history of the village store. Over the last couple of years, we're approaching $700,000 in revenue. That's sizable, right? Over the last 10 years, it's about a $7 million scenario. Tax-free money going to crafters making product. That is a red flag. That's all we're trying to say here, is that we see a problem and we need to fix it. If I had a black and white shirt on right now with a whistle in my mouth, I'd be blowing it. And that's what I'm doing. So, when it comes to tax exemption, craft items are taxable goods. According to the IRS, if you make income from selling crafts, whether it's a hobby or your primary business, you are required to report your income, and that is a rule. So any individual or entity engages in the sale of product have a responsibility to collect and remit appropriate taxes, i.e. 1099. If I am in Sun City, which I'm not, but if I was working in the wood shop and they have little display areas in each of their little clubs, they do not have a village store, but each club has a little window and cabinets and whatnot that they have shelving on that show off some of the wares that are being made within the shop. If anyone comes in and wants to buy one of those, they do, but everything is logged by the club, not the association, but the club, and it's calculated. If anybody sells over $600 worth of material, they are handed a 1099 at the end of the year, right? But they frown on you making a lot of things to sell. Again, they're hobby shops. So failure for the club to file an annual report or doing the proper things in the world of the IRS can result in $20 a day penalty and a maximum or a lesser $10,000 if you're found guilty and that kind of thing. Again, we don't want to pay penalties as the association. That's your money. We're looking after it. And I certainly don't want the clubs to be affected. So we're just giving a shout out as the rules exist today, want you to be very, very careful as to what we're doing. So we talked about modeling, right? So looking at Sun City, yep, they have a group exemption. All of those clubs in Sun City fall under the 501c4 organization. So they don't have the 15% doctrine that we fall under as C7s, right? They don't. But Sun City is not a planned community like us, and they don't abide by the same state statutes. So there's different rules to the game when it comes to that organization and community compared to us. Sun City's chartered clubs, they issue the 1099 forms to club members generating revenue from the sale of club crafts, whether you're a club instructor or you're calling dances or that type of thing. If you make money, you're going to pay tax on it. That's the rule. So the use of Sun City facilities is and this is directly out of their version of the RRMPs. So they're intended for the pursuit of hobbies and social welfare and shall not be used for manufacturing articles to be sold by individuals for their sole profit. So again, stop and go, right? So they have an issue too. And I know they're watching and they're curious to see how we're going to resolve this. Let's shift across the street to Sun City Grand. Sun City Grand has about 40 clubs compared to our 103. And they're listed as chartered clubs, but they have no IRS official tax listing. They're just chartered clubs. And they offer arts and crafts facilities, but they're intended, to, again, for the pursuit of hobbies and not for the manufacturing of articles to be sold by private individuals or private gain. All the verbiage here that's on this board, if you want to look at it in your own private time, is cut and pasted directly from their RRMPs. They intend for their charter clubs to promote hobby, recreational, and cultural activities, and not to be sales outlets for items produced in the clubs. They don't have a village store either. Chartered clubs shall be responsible for keeping a detailed account of all chartered club resale activities for tax purposes, and they also have a statement in there that talks about the sale of crafts is strictly prohibited. So again, we're all kind of in this same boat trying to figure out how to get to the finish line. So, group exemptions, similar to what Sun City has done, has been brought up. Why don't we just throw everybody in the bucket, get the tax status of 501c7 off of these clubs and make them 501c4s? That's been going on for a while in this country, and the IRS is well aware of it. So again, going back, no association managed village store exists in either Sun City or Sun City Grand. So the amount of revenue that they're generating in their clubs by people walking into a wood shop buying a piggy bank or walking in and buying a piece of jewelry or something are relatively minimal compared to the $700,000 we're generating in a store. So that is a concern for the association that we are dealing with. But back to the world of the IRS. As of June 17th, 2020, the IRS does not accept any requests for group exemptions, okay? And working with our legal team and our auditors and the people that deal with this type of thing on a daily basis of relevance is that the IRS, as of June 16th, 2021, that no change has been lifted regarding that notice 2020-36. Thus, it appears that the IRS is currently still not accepting requests for group exemptions. Now, the IRS, if you want to read that doctrine, which I totally think you don't. There are many nicer books in the world to read. But what happens relative to that is that there are about 400,000 501c4 group exemption packets, shall I say, in the country. And so each of those need investigators by the IRS to make sure they're doing everything legitimately. They're overrun. And so, is the light on us? No. But do we want to do what's right? I would say as your general manager, yes. And so when it comes to that, we just want to play by the rules. If this thing opens up and the governing board wants to pursue a group scenario to get us out of the 501c7 limits, certainly something we can look at, as long as it falls into line legally with our auditors and all kinds of things like that, because there potentially could be expenses involved. All these crafters then become potential employees of ours. We're issuing 1099s. It's cumbersome. There are a lot of moving parts in this thing. But anyway, back to the C4s. It's not a simple flip a switch and you become a C4 from a C7. You have to prove yourself eligible for this type of nonprofit group, and it's kind of tough. That's what our attorneys are telling us. That's what our auditors are telling us, and independent lawyers working with other clubs trying to do the same thing. They're all singing the same song. So to be tax exempt as a social welfare organization, 501c4, in the IRS, you must not be organized for profit and must be exclusively to promote social welfare. And the earnings within an organization may not benefit private shareholders or individuals. So those are some hurdles that an individual club, by transferring from a social club to a C4, would have to overcome. Not easy. So again, compliance is by far the simplest fix to this problem. Guests, non-members participation. This is also a thing. Again, Kiva was the initiator of this, but let's go back to our RMPs. The rules clearly talk about guest policy and who can be here and who can't. We had an issue a year ago where we were dealing with Airbnbs, and we were dealing with short-term rentals, and we're dealing with people showing up at our aquatic facilities and our rec centers in mass number. And people are complaining. Owner members are complaining. I can't get a seat at the pool. What's going on? Who are these people? I don't know. So we did the research. We put the onion on the table. We start peeling it back. And basically what we found was we were not abiding by our own rules and policies. They're clearly written in this document, but with the availability of individual little cards for people to use to access our facilities without a photo, the fact that people haven't upgraded their photo in 20 years, I would say myself and all these people in the room, you all look different 20 years ago. And so when you flash that card on the computer and a picture comes up, if it doesn't even look like you, the monitors are like, close enough. And everybody's going in. And so I don't know how many cards, membership's not here, but we did 5,000 or 6,000 cards refreshed in about a month. It was nuts, but it had to be done. And by doing that, we basically resolved the overrun of the guest problem. Yeah, there's still short-term rentals. We can't do anything of that. That's private property at this point. We're not a municipality. We can't regulate what you do with your property. But we can regulate who comes into our facilities. And that's what we're after. And we did that. But we didn't have to change one thing in our rules and our bylaws and our policies. We just abided by them. They're there. Del Webb, I will attest, Del Webb did not make too many mistakes. That cat was bright. So, existing rules, right? Failure to comply with the IRS and the Department of Revenue with the state of Arizona can result in severe penalties to both the clubs and us. I don't want that to happen. Clubs that advertise for non-member participation in public media to avoid appearance of commercial operation or solicitation. That happens. We go online right now and I can show you dance clubs advertising for anybody in the world to come in and dance on Friday and Saturday nights here. That shouldn't be happening, right? If they want to do that, they can rent this facility just like they would do for a wedding, just like they would do for celebration of life, just like the University of Nebraska alumni do, because they don't have enough members to be a charter club. They just rent the building. They can invite anybody they want. They're paying rent. That's all good. That's all good. The dance clubs can do the same thing, right? Our guest policy talks about occasional visitors. Yeah, that's a good policy. No need to change it. And same thing with the accompaniment when it comes to bringing guests in, right? The Airbnb thing, you know what I'm talking about. I told you I needed a drink. So, moving on. Again, the exempt purposes need to be met with the IRS, right? Membership must be limited, supported by membership fees is the big key that we're looking to accomplish here. And then when it comes to earnings, we should really curtail that. So again, the 15%, and we don't want you to lose your tax exempt status. You are social clubs doing very, very well. In point, Kiva Bridge, they have 14,000 members playing over the course of a year, but they also bring in close to 7,000 guests. That's sizable, right? That's a lot of outside use when we have specific need for our facilities. These rooms are precious, right? So let's come up with a policy that basically addresses that. And I think we have. Our finance team, I'll give a shout out to Tim D'Angelo. He's provided us a little bit of a worksheet that now the clubs have that they can easily chart what their member incomes are as well as their non-member incomes. And if it's over 15%, they know where to adjust or make adjustments to. It's a very, very simple task. Compliance. Again, when it comes to what we're trying to fix here, this is not really that monumental of a task. It really is just playing by the rules. And I know people affected by that because a lot of people in this room maybe make crafts. But there's a fix to that, and I'll get there. And we talk about that in the next steps. So when it comes to outdoor sports clubs, the governing board has already announced that they are eliminating the loan program when it comes to filling out our next year's fiscal year budget, right? Clubs get funded, improvement gets funded based on need and based on a proven demand by the club, as well as how it gets run through our process from all the committees that we have doing those types of assessments. So eliminating that loan program creates and eliminates the need for fundraising and outside money coming into these clubs. That is a quick fix. And adhere to the existing advertising and naming right policies already in existence. That's good. Moving on to Kiva Bridge. They are working independently with their own attorney, privately, to deal with a potential rental agreement, right? And that can be that has already been through our legal team. It sits in their possession as we stand here today, waiting for them, I believe, next week to have a meeting to figure out which direction they want to go. Secondly, if the governing board wanted to make a policy decision, right now we have a series of policies. But in our facilities policy F6, it talks about association facility space is assigned to chartered clubs on a regular or repeated scheduled basis. That's an existing policy, and it's a good one. Association facility space will not be assigned to non-chartered clubs or organizations on a regular basis or repeated schedule, except for governing board approved agreements. And we have an agreement with PORA. They use these facilities for bingo and other things that they do, but we have an agreement with them. They're not a chartered club, right? 3.31 exists. A simple fix for the Kiva Bridge scenario is to simply copy that sentence, 3.31, turn it into 3.32, take the word PORA out, and put in Kiva, if that is the goal and the policy of the governing board. That resolves their problem. Kiva can go on and do what they do, right? They would drop their C7 status because, quite frankly, it's against IRS rule. They're bringing in too much outside folk. But PORA brings in outside folk when they do their special events and what they do here. It's approved. The governing board can simply look at that and go in that direction if they so desire. So there's two options there, a lease agreement or a policy change. When it comes to craft clubs, possible 501c3 conversions. We already have 3 of them doing that now. Other clubs can potentially qualify. And I think the Quilters could be one, for instance, and I think they're in the process of looking at that. They donate a lot of material that they make to women's shelters, to other nonprofit agencies to take care of people in need and those types of things. They would qualify, at least in our opinion, and that of our consultants and our legal team, they could qualify for 501c3 and get them away from that 15% thing. Perfect. I think it's about a $600 process to get all that done. Depending on what lawyer you use, you kind of get what you pay for in this world, but it may run more than $600 depending on what lawyer you got. But that's what we're hearing. And there are some clubs, if they're doing charitable work like that, would qualify. So that's good, right? But other than that, we're just asking that these clubs adhere to the existing rules and regulations and procedures that are in place. It's a simple fix. We talk about the village store. Again, cease and desist under the current operational program because the village store, managed by the association, is contributing general public money to the clubs, and that is adding to their problem to the extent of $700,000 a year, right? So what we're doing and how we're operating needs to be changed. And we have been working on that internally to facilitate a new consignment facility and location. Meeting with the folks at PORA and the information center across the street where PORA is located next to the metal shop. They are willing to work with us on opening that info center and turning it into a craft consignment facility. So that will then allow individuals, not clubs, individuals that want to show off their wares in that venue for sale to work that way. PORA would then be calculating your end of year taxes, if you sell more than $600, you're going to get a 1099, but you coordinate with PORA as to what percentage you would like and what percentage PORA would like as individuals, not clubs. And that would resolve that problem. So you can continue making what you make. Go make a product, bring it home. Once you're tired of it, you sell it. If you're tired of your kitchen dinette set and you want to sell it, I don't care, right? Do it, but do it legally, right? So again, we also, as our staff continues to go, we will still continue the seasonal arts and craft festivals. Those are huge. Those generate a lot of money. But we're not going to sell booths or rent booths to clubs. We will rent booths to groups of individuals or individuals that want to show off their wares and do it that way. You as an individual can use your cell phone or whatever kind of financial prop you have to calculate sales tax and pay the appropriate sales tax on you selling whatever you're selling. And at the end of the year, you are a business and you file appropriately. But we continue to strive to do that. And when it comes to space utilization, as far as what happens to the square footage that is currently at the village store, that is a governing board decision. But I think Russ and other people have talked about it. Space here on campus is a premium, an absolute premium. We have a CC&R division working out of a closet. We have our IT people working in all of our servers and whatnot behind walls that are just not really appropriate here in 2020 to do the things you're asking us to do. And it's almost like magic how it actually happens. So there's some things for the governing board to be looking at, obviously, when it comes to how we utilize the space we have on our campus. The dance clubs, again, we're asking for compliance with the RRMPs. We see changing demographics, right? Hula hoops, you don't see too much anymore. Things change. So these types of dances and ballroom dancing and some of the things that go on with these clubs, their numbers are dropping. There are other things people are doing. But we can certainly do special events and we can do certain kinds of programming to bring numbers in. But the fact that if they're not supporting, if the numbers don't support the club, you know, it's time to maybe stop the resuscitation thing and you know, face reality as far as these clubs, you know, using these facilities as often as they do, because are they really clubs or are they just kind of hanging on? And that's kind of what we're seeing. So again, the software that Katie talked about earlier, we'll really get a look at how many people are actually using these facilities, and we'll work with them on that. Again, we don't want to kill any programs. We want to, customer service is our act. We will find a way to make these dance people happy, but we just got to do it correctly. Again, this has all been thought through. So the control measures, the laws, the policy, all the regulations, standards, all these things on this slide have been dealt with. But again, compliance comes up time and time again, and that's kind of where we're at. And we hope that we can work with all 103 clubs to make sure that we're all doing the right thing and kind of move on from there. And that concludes my presentation. I know the governing board will hear any kind of questions and comments that you might have, but thank you for listening, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, man.
Good morning. One of the things that I'm obligated to do, which I'm very glad to do, is do a presidential report. And my presidential report is going to be very much so. It's 10 slides, and I'm going to just say it this way. 2 of them are pictures, and I will be as brief as possible because, yeah, I know it's a long thing, but I wanted to just thank the staff for the information that they brought out here that is important, because this has been a hot button issue. And one of the things I want to thank them for is the solutions that are presented here are at no cost to us. We just abide by what we have and move forward. And I'm going to give a shout out to PORA about something. They have worked diligently with us to try to make sure that you guys as crafters have a venue for yourself. And that's very, very important. And it is very good. But now to my presidential report. This is where we are. Last year, I want to just make it. We are through uncharted waters, okay? I'm not going to read each one of these slides. I'm going to ad-lib along the way. But I want you to just take a moment and think about this. Last year, at this time, we were closed. We were all hunkered down in our bunkers in our homes, We weren't anywhere else where we could participate in these things. That is what it is. We were in uncharted waters. This is the report to my owner members. Next one, please. This is what we cover as the governing board. We oversee bylaws and policies and if they need changes. We hold owner member hearings, which I can say happened infrequently this year, which was good. We have club conflict resolutions. We have clubs come to us. Rules, regulations, and procedures. The important part is the governing board is not operations. You just heard what operations was, and they do a tremendous job at it. They don't need us to get in the way. My background is a retailer. My retailing background is, I used to say, sometimes boards like us, we're speed bumps on the road of productivity. And you want to know what? We need to stay out of their way to make sure this happens. Next one. COVID-19, through our charter waters. We had Banner Health come in, and they gave us a property inspection. We got a 97% rating. What they wanted was us to put up these portable Perel stations. That was the only thing they found. Kudos to the staff for what they did following that. State mandates, choices of communities. The people here met twice a week as a COVID task force to make sure they were making specific directions for you. And I want you guys to realize that because it's very, very important. They would get a direction on Thursday from the governor's office, and it would have it instituted by Monday. That's what this staff does. 3 days to turn around things that were going on in our community. Okay, governor's executive orders changed after. Do we have to make choices? Yeah. Do we like them? No. I'm going to be the first one to say that. Popular or not, we had to make them, and that's the tough one. Next one. This is like I said, I'm going to go through these rather quickly because I don't want to belabor you guys being here. These are the things we accomplished, each one another. Lean process, okay? RRP discipline procedures. CR 13 for requests. These were forms and things that we needed to take out. They've been updated. Goal setting we had. Review of the reserve study. That was something that was very important to myself because I remember we were talking about this percentage, that percentage. We had to have an outside person come in and actually go through it and gave us a real number so you guys can sit and know that we are in the very, very green status of our reserve study. It's important that you as owner members know that, okay? We had a reopening strategy. We were talking about this last year because, again, last July, we were closed. We had a strategy, okay? We have a water attorney, okay, that works with ADWR and Todd Patty. They work hand in hand to know where we're going to be for for our Plan 3, which is current, Plan 4, which is still nebulous, and Plan 5, which is even more nebulous. But these people work on a monthly basis and act and accordingly so. And I could say, you heard Bill say that water is an issue. I have to tell you one thing. Mike Whiting did a great job in getting us the water rights we have for our community, and he needs to be called out for that. Okay? We have our yearly attorney review. Next one. Naming rights in progress. That was something you heard, Bill. Naming rights in advertising. We talked about this. We changed that. B&F committee subform. Thank you, Ann, for investment structure. Great job. Okay? Auditor from prior years. Again, no issue ever out there. Okay? We had no APF denials in November 3, which prompted a revision of FY17, which we're going to talk about this. It's a fairness thing. And we ran across this and said, there's something not right, and we need to fix it. So you know what? You guys coming in to these governing board meetings and to the president's office and requesting hearings and having a problem, this is what it comes down to, that you get a problem fixed. And that's so, so important. We have videos out there. How many of you guys like YouTube? I know I do. And guess what? We also have instructional videos to tell you what Carl does. Not that I want to hear from Carl again, but that's another thing. But, you know, it's all good with that. Golf Committee opened a discussion about group play because over the time it has been broken. And I have to tell you, the Golf Committee worked probably for 4 months on that, and they did a great job on that. Working on reviewing reciprocal agreements. There's a lot of talk with other communities. We have reciprocal agreements. Very few exist. We're looking at that. Next, highlights. Deferred projects. You heard him say that we looked at our financial situation. We had deferred projects. They moved forward because we had the dollars to make this to the Del Webb standard that they always had. Golf course update, they have policy of course maintenance and course golf course liability. Kuentz Courtyard, and I want to just shout out Jim Sloan, Brian Wallace, and Tim Hurley, who were on the board, who actually were over there at Cut a Ribbon. It was a fun video too, because if you didn't see Tim's shorts that day, it's worth watching. It really is. It's just absolutely great. Okay, director guidelines. Sue Fitzsimons, the incoming president, updated those. Sent out an RFQ for Grandview Irrigation and Turf. That's a $4 million project that was put out there, and we're having the idea of saying, why is it taken there? This year, they took the opportunity for Grandview to do everything that does not require a course to be closed. And at that point, what's going to happen? Next year, when it closes its normal rotation, which won't affect our revenues, they'll be able to put the new irrigation system in. Proper planning always prevents, proper planning does not prevent poor performance. Proper planning makes it happen. Next. All right. Okay, approved RFQ for our financial advisor. You'll be hearing that later on today in our governing board meetings. Policy F2, donations, memorializations, went through. Retirement of FA12, which didn't need to exist anymore. Capital improvement prime line. Donna Maloney has done tremendous work on getting a procedure together about how capital projects work. And it's a grueling process. But again, for capital projects, you guys need to know where you are. It's not like I want this, I want that. There's a process, and Carl does a great job at that. Look at our budget, Arts and Design Special Committee under Sue, and they're doing a great job with that. Let's go on to the next one. Rescinding the mask mandate, okay. Senate Bill 1377, resulting in no liability because we followed that. That is what the direction of the general manager and staff was, to follow exactly what the governor's office said. We sit here with no liability whatsoever on that. Tax status came up, and you've heard about that. I'm not going to belabor that point anymore. 13 projects above $100,000 for next year. Flow chart for capital projects. General manager's budget approval. There it is. Guess what? How's that for a brief summary for everything? Yeah, there you go. I love brief. That ship said that we came through places we haven't been. Who knew what COVID was going to be? Who knew we were going to be closed? Who knew all that? And it's the dedication of every one of these board members and every one of the staff here to make sure our community not only came out of this well, but came out of it far ahead of where we were when we started. And I'm going to say thank you so much. At this point, I'm going to go back to my little chair, and it's time for you guys to have your statements up there. Oh, I'm not. Okay, folks, once again. Okay, remember, please state clearly your recreation number and your name, as this is part of the regular record for this. You should be having 2 minutes to have your statement on this. There's no discussion on your statement. This is for your comments, and clearly, please, once again, as I ask you, recognize and direct yourself to the chair. Okay? Thank you very much. Who's first?
My name is Wallace Laux. I'm a resident here. I've been here since 2007. And my question is, I mean, we all miss the village store. We understand you want to be in compliance. But you made a statement that we're going to continue with arts and crafts fairs, but only individuals can get booths, not clubs. Now, if our only individuals are available, I mean, are able to get these booths to sell their product, where are they going to make these products that they're going to commercially sell? How is that in compliance with the rules and regulations?
And you're exactly correct on this. It's not going to be a discussion point very quickly, but realistically, it is up to the club to monitor what goes on in their auspices. If you have a guy, and I'll just say this, if you were part of the metal shop, okay, and you were making New York Jets NFL logos, and you're making 450 of them, yeah. Okay, somebody in the club needs to tap you on your shoulder and say that is inappropriate. Okay, because again, if you made 2 every day, okay, and you took them home and you have a garage full of them, I don't know that. Again, it's not our job to police that.
Well, how are you going to stay compliant? It's already a rule that you can't make things for profit in these clubs. I belong to the woodworking club. You can do, but the village store was great. Is there any way to to work on the regulations so that we're compliant and we don't give up everything?
What are we giving up? That's what
We're giving up the village store.
But
We're
it's
giving up an outlet.
it's going to another outlet.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Sharon Chesney, 111317. I am the treasurer of scrapbooking and paper crafts. And my questions go to Mr. Schwinn or the board, whoever wants to respond, in regards to the April meeting when he told us he had a fiduciary responsibility when this was first surfaced. Mm-hmm. You told that you were asked, and you said you would be truthful and transparent. You told us that this first came to light in February, but you failed to mention that it was February of 2020. You very much led us all to think it was February of this year. So my question goes to your fiduciary responsibility that you stated that you had. How does that present when I filled out the CR7s for 2020 under all the old rules and regs? Mm-hmm. And how does that fiduciary responsibility affect me this year, because now we're abiding by the IRS standards that we did not abide by last year, and now I've got a couple $1,000s of profit that I am way overhead that I am to report. And so where is that fiduciary responsibility land?
If I would say, the person I would contact is see Mr. Finelli there, and I'm sure he can walk you through what you need.
I've seen I've worked with it, I've seen the figures, I've seen the form for the new CR7, and we're already underwater for the first 4 months of this year. So I guess my question is, with the fiduciary responsibility, why didn't we close the village store knowing that this was an issue and we were non-compliant? Why didn't we close it last December? None of us want that. I think it's delightful that you're working with this PORA issue and consignment. I think that's all what we're asking for. If you think I'm making a profit, I would love for you to come see my craft room at home. My husband says we're losing money like crazy, and so there's no way my $2 and $3 cards can support my $10,000 craft room, or whatever. And I'm sure I'm not alone. So I get it, I understand, and I know my time's up, but I would like to know about this fiduciary responsibility, because how are we supposed to do all this? And why didn't we do it last year?
Well, again, it did not crop up to us at that point. We got hit with...
It was February of last year, and I understand all about COVID. We've all suffered COVID.
I know.
But that's not the umbrella to hide under, because I'm sure the IRS wouldn't be saying...
We're not hiding under the umbrella. It's a problem, and we need to fix it.
I understand that.
Okay, and that's what it is. Solutions are not easy. But again, we have solutions here that are part of our policies that sit as we are now. And that is what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Morning. Bill Curley, 113588. Here's another problem for you to fix. Members of the Sun City West Board and fellow residents of Sun City West, I'm here to make mention of a situation many of you have or will experience. How many of us have answered the door to be greeted by an unscheduled and, yes, questionable employee of gas or electric or security, window installation company, doing work in the neighborhood, and yes, even the occasional, can I use your telephone? Request from an unknown person. These individuals arrive with no identifying company-labeled clothing with a company name or authorized credentials. More recently, several residents have noticed, and I mean recent, a large white Chevrolet Tahoe SUV with 3 individuals parked with the engine running or slowly driving around. It has been noticed the vehicle does not have license plates. One neighbor recently noticed a male going through a seasonal neighbor's gate, and upon going over, saw a man wandering around the backyard. He evaded any query regarding his name, reason for being there, just as he was with a utility company and was checking gas lines with no equipment. As far as I know, most of the gas lines are in the street. A large number of our property owners leave for the summer. This is no secret and is fairly common knowledge outside the wall. I would like to suggest to the board they're timely considering or talking with poorer representatives about spearheading the development of a Sun City West neighborhood watch with a possible informative security and incident reporting system and helpful security hints, computer webpage for residents to access. Everybody would know what's going on. It's amazing how many, oh, I'm sorry. I have a paragraph to go.
I'll extend it quickly, Bill, please.
In addition, with a concentration of over 20,000 property owners, I think it's time for residents to not only request, but demand a full-time, 24-hour representative presence of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department. Yes, I'm aware the posse does a good volunteer job. That's very important. The posse does one heck of a good job, and it's volunteer. And we're fortunate to have them, but it's time for full-time sheriff presence and, as important, a serious, organized, and overall neighborhood watch. Thank you for the extension.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Barbara DuPont. I'm a 32-year resident of Sun City West and a former governing board director.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. And I'd like this morning, first of all, to commend the general manager on the thoroughness of his report. It was so enlightening. And also all of the managers and employees that have spoken today show that they truly care. And I would caution governing board directors and new residents to work to keep Sun City West special. Don't open it up to the public. Make people want to live here. By keeping all of our clubs just for members, we make people have to move here to get these facilities. And when you bring in more people, you bring in traffic. With traffic comes crime. So let's keep it. Let's change policy only as it needs to be changed, not on a flim because one person has a personal agenda. So let's think about the whole community and keep thanking all of these wonderful employees. Thank you for this wonderful report.
Thank you, Barbara.
My name is Barrett Rainey. I am 129835. Water. We got a two-pronged problem coming up here. One, if you haven't seen pictures of Shasta or the Shasta Lake or the Colorado River or what's behind Hoover Dam lately, take a look online. It's scary as heck. Arizona is the last state to sign Southwest Water Compact. Where's the cut going to come when the water starts to be reserved up line? It's going to come from the bottom up. Millennials don't play golf. That's a proven fact. Glendale closed a golf course last year because of lack of participation, turned it over to developers, and they built the houses on it. Those two issues, less golf being played, and the PGA knows this, and they follow it. People watching golf on television, the numbers are dropping. What we're sitting in here is a two-pronged project which is going to affect our property values. And one is, how many golf courses can we afford with water? I was told in a TORCH class 3 years ago, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that the golf courses use approximately 1 billion gallons of water a year, much of which is recaptured through re-injection, and residents use 2 billion gallons a year, none of which is recaptured. What's the status of our wells? I think we need to have a bigger emphasis on the board and in this organization and in PORA. PORA's got a water committee, but it's not terribly effective. We've got to build more resources to keep Sun City West in the forefront of this water battle, because it's going to come down to it. It's going to come down to closing golf courses. It's going to come down to water rationing. It's going to come down to a lot of things. And it's a very, very important issue, and the community needs to be updated and knowledgeable on this on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Since I only have 2 minutes, if I could get the directors and everybody else to withhold their answers until I'm done, I could probably squeeze this in.
Okay. Yeah.
Joe Sauer, 125385. I want to thank all the directors for everything they've done. I know they're hardworking. Everybody's volunteer. Same way with Jim and all of his staff. I want to thank them for all the hard work they do. However, the one silver lining in this COVID thing is that I've been watching every one of these videos on TV. I look forward to them like an episode of Downton Abbey, and it's been very helpful and instructional. But I see a big problem, and there's not as much openness and directness as we'd like to see in all this, and I'd like to start out with Mr. Schwinn. Mr. Schwinn, I find to be a very likable guy and very sincere, but I don't think you talk to us very directly. You're very opaque, and sometimes you don't make sense with what you say. And let me give you some examples. When you first brought that 501c7 problem up, you were telling us how dire the circumstances were. We had those 4 women come up here with the signs, and you laughingly told them, don't worry, you're going to have your village store. Ain't going to happen. There ain't going to be no village store. There ain't going to be no how, nowhere, no way. Probably the same way with the craft fair. That's number one. Number two, in the rec center news about a week ago, I think you did a real hatchet job on Director Mancuso, whatever your last name is, Mancuso. And I think it was you because it was signed by we and nobody else. And it sounded like some of your language, and I don't think that is the forum to have a discussion. And if your whole objective was fear-mongering, you've accomplished it, because now everybody thinks if you go to C4, you have to open it up to every club. I don't think that's the case. You have not substantiated that claim. As far as, I'm almost out of time. Could I have a 30-second extension?
No, not today. Thank you. We have many people lined up there. If you'd like your comments to be part of the record, email them directly to us, and we put them in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Karen Justice, 46115. I'm a member of Palo Verde Patchers, which is one of the clubs that's considering going to the C3, I believe it is. And for since 2011, I have chaired our craft fair. So I do have a question. If we went to the C3 and then you rent space for the craft fair, as a group, would we be able to rent part of the space as a group like we do with the boutique at our quilt show? Or would we each member have to come in individually rent a space if we had the C3 status?
That's a question. He'll have to answer you because I wouldn't have that as I sit right here. Yeah. But I would, as a 3, you have a completely different
That's what I was
planet.
saying. We would have other options.
Completely different planet than what it is.
Because as far as handling your accounting or your cash, it would be different if we could use the facilities we already have. Yeah. Mm-hmm. To do that. Okay, and I want to thank all of you. I think you've done a great job. I've been in this community since it opened. It looks better than it did when it opened, and everything's improved. So all of you, from the time you opened, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Freed. My number is 118413. About 8 years ago, when we were first brought to this community by our friends from New York, the very first place they took us to was the village store. And it is, and it's still, or at least it was, an impressive place to see the items made by various craft clubs displayed in a very professional and in a very professional manner. So my question is, why is it that the village store, as opposed to Pora, can't become an assignment location where individuals, not clubs, bring their items for sale? I recognize the importance, and I support your efforts to bring the clubs in compliance with IRS laws and regulations. But why move it to Pora when the village store could do this? And the village store would work with individuals, not with clubs, would take its cut to cover expenses out of what individuals sell on consignment in the village store, and then the village store would send out 1099s to those individuals who sell in a year more than $600. I'm concerned that PORA doesn't have the facilities and won't do this as well as the folks in the Village Store have done it in the past and could do it in the future. So I would ask the board and Bill to consider this as an option and possibly not take the items to PORA until such time as the members of this community can see how PORA can replace the Village Store. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, neighbors. I'm here just to speak generally. Oh, I'm sorry. 123-924, Linda Johnson. I'm here to speak more generally about two things I didn't hear today, although they may have been brought up before and I just missed it. Thank you guys for all you've done. I would like to talk about solar at some time and what solar can do to our community and help us to save some money. And also, in conjunction with that, and thanks to my husband, have those solar panels be part of a parking facility, because we really can't keep parking in the sun like this.
If you'll see me afterwards, we had this through our long-range planning committee 3 years ago, and basically the payback on a 30-year lease was 28 years. And it wasn't significant of how we take our electric and how we pay for it, because we pay for it commercially, not like a home does. And I'll go through it with you. Not a problem. And it was not cost effective at that point.
Okay. Well, I hope we'll review it, and also just think of that covered parking for us, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm John Gonzalez, 62157.
Hi, John.
Pertaining to the parking for golf carts at Palm Ridge, with the pickleball, as we know, is very large. And we only have 8 parking areas for the golf carts. And when I went this morning, when I came out, there was like 14 golf carts that were parked where the car is supposed to park. So if you can look at that and add more parking areas for the golf carts, that would be very appreciated.
And John, your contact for that would be Dave Bennett, who's the facility director there. If you go into his office, which is right in Palm Ridge, talk to him directly, and he will be more than happy to give you what they can and can't do. That's where it would start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Good morning.
Morning. My name is James Mandigo, 125085. I'm just here to bring on the extra rebuttal, not a rebuttal, but an actual addition to the water situation. We are subject to EBCOR water supply, if I'm not mistaken, for the city or the township here, right, or whatever it is. The comment I get is, why don't we use the recycled water and use that for the watering of the golf courses, save our well to help assist us in the time upcoming. That is the key issue. And there was an issue that I need to talk to that gentleman right there, the one that just turned his head to the side. On the upcoming project for Kuentz, as far as the repavement or the asphalt.
Yes, sir.
We're doing it in a time of, hopefully God will give us a monsoon season. And you can't lay down asphalt and have water puddles and everything else, otherwise it cracks the asphalt. Right. So May would be the better second day that would be, because it's a dry season.
I had it. It's on our agenda for our governing board meeting to talk about that.
Just figured I'd bring that up to your attention since you allowed it on the internet.
Thank you very much.
Little knowledge is dangerous.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Gloria Freed, better known as 118414. And I'm here to tell you that in 2012, when we first came to Sun City West and visited friends, one of the things that was really impressive was the Village Store. And that's because it highlighted the crafts and it highlighted the many offerings in the community. It made it visible to us what the many, many different opportunities were should we purchase a home here. And although we weren't yet ready to retire, that summer I saw my husband flipping on the iPad, and I said, "What are you looking at?" And he said, "Homes in Sun City West." And here we are. So I think that when you speak in the beginning about the many, many different qualities and why we're number 2, I think the village store highlighted those. So I would like to support, I understand that there's a resolution on the agenda about looking at a committee to study opportunities for the village store and to retain it and make that a consignment shop. And I would like to speak out in support of that motion and ask the board to consider that the members, that committee could compose of members of different craft clubs so that there's a way for us to get input too and have that opportunity to have a voice in the decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, right on time.
Just because you're sitting in the front row doesn't mean you're last.
Bill Weaver, 124087.
Hi, Bill.
Hello. I am not yet a former member of the governing board.
The former comes to very much to light today.
I thought the presentation on the 501s was pretty good. I did a study just for a couple of days, and it was clear to me that these should be nonprofit and nothing to do with those clubs should be for profit. Everything should be nonprofit. So, and also I believe I read that you cannot use the club facilities to produce end items for gain either. So I think that wasn't mentioned. I think there's a clear double standard in how the board is handling CC&Rs and RR&Ps. I think if it's an individual and they got weeds in the yard, you're going to take care of them. If there's a club out of compliance, you're going to yell out. There's a big difference. Take care of it, put them in compliance, take care of it until you change the rules. There's a permanent committee for CC&Rs. There's a special committee for RR&Ps, making it permanent. And another question is, there is a charter committee. What has it been doing for the last 20 years?
It's being, I can say that it has to be reworked. Not as it sits now. It's quite vibrant. They've done a good job in the last 2 years.
Okay, and then one other thing. When the fitness centers were down, I got a membership at EOS just on the other side of the 303 on Bell. With my insurance, it doesn't cost me anything. The equipment is better and everything is better. I haven't come back yet. So there's something to think about. Solar panels. If you looked at leases, I can understand. I've had solar panels on 2 houses. My investment, return on investment for the first one was 18 years, and the life, I know, but you used 10 minutes, 10.
Okay, come on. Let me talk to you about, I will talk to you about solar.
There is a return on investment. The panels that I bought here will be paid off in 11 years because I purchased, and we've got an APF that could purchase.
I understand that, but that's, and I will speak to you on the sidebar. How you generate on a solar panel in a home is much different than commercial. Okay, that's the crux of it. Thank you for your time.
My name's Bob Lesko, 122059.
Welcome.
Thank you. One thing, capital improvement would be security cameras at the parking lots. Both my brother-in-laws have had golf carts stolen in the parking lots. It's rampant, and it's something that needs to be taken care of. We're spending money all over the place. It would be a good investment for everybody.
Okay, it is part of our budget going forward.
Good.
Okay.
The second thing I've got a question on, I read and saw numerous comments about bringing third-party outsiders into Sun City West to use our facilities. Where does that stand? I'm totally against it if that ever happens.
It's not part of our policies. It would be a revision if we changed our compliance status of who we are.
So why was it being brought up in?
Well, it's part of what it was that was being talked about as saying if we changed the club from a group overall policy, and one of our directors said we wanted it to be just like golf and bowling, and underneath that umbrella, it is open to the outsiders. Okay. That again, I'm sitting here today. That is not something that I think would go forward or is part of what we have. It's when a statement is made about being like such, it's the whole ball of wax. It would be, it wouldn't be advantageous to us.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to be the last one today? Oh no.
No.
We're getting on my lunch break. Come on.
120526 Judy Horvick.
Hi, Judy.
When you go out and you look towards Fry's, you'll see that we've become Fry's parking lot. And I wonder if there's a way we could work with Fry's to encourage them not to have their carts over here. I'm sure a lot of Sun City West people park on our property and go to Fry's. If you're going to do that, please put your cart back in Fry's parking lot. It looks tacky.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we can't prevent good and bad behavior, but we can help. Thank you. I know. Good morning.
Good morning, George. I'm Steve Johnson. 121363 is my membership number. I am the president of Theater West, and I don't know if you want me to talk now or when the motion comes up about Kuentz parking lot.
If you'd want to hold that back off till then, it is because it was brought to us that we are going to either be a one mobilization or two mobilization, and you can have your comments.
I'd like to speak to. So wait till then.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Bob Ferguson. My number's 116660. And I came here basically for two things. One about the outsiders being able to get into the clubs, which I was adamantly opposed to, and that seems to be a dead issue. The other one was, and it was just a rumor like this was, about somebody bringing public transit out here. And I really think that's got to be the worst idea I've ever heard. I mean, all you got to do is go to your major cities, and if you want to follow the panhandlers and the increasing crime, it follows the bus route. Have we got anything to do with that, or is that the county's business?
That is Maricopa County's business right now. We were at the beginning of the year, there was a motion out there that we would put a solar charging station as part of a public transportation start-in, and there was 2020 transit study, which is available online, showed that there could be circulator routes here. Now it is, unfortunately, also in that study, the study also put out there that there was going to be funding for it, and the funding was in three ways. A, we become a special taxing district. B, we incorporate in with Sun City to become one city to get public transportation or it would be paid for directly by the fees of the owner members of the association, both here and in Sun City. And there was an amount that was put in there. I don't remember it offhand, but those were the three ways to fund a public bus route coming in here.
Well, those are all swell ideas.
Anyway,
yep, we didn't take the freebie charger, did we?
No, it was voted down because of there was other issues that were in there. Although it was presented to us in many ways as it could come in, but there were many other hurdles of us being a planned community, of taking public funding, of how public funding came to us, and the state of Arizona statutes overrode what that was. But it was turned down by us.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Seeing no one else, I'm going to adjourn our annual meeting. I'm going to take a 10-minute break at this time, and we will come back to the governing board session. Thank you. We're going to reconvene. We're going to call our wonderful regular governing board meeting to order. Thank you all for attending. Okay. Let's see. Call to order. Establish a quorum. I have all directors here, and Sharon Hedrick is on the phone, representing as a traveler there. Approval of the minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to the governing board regular meeting minutes? Hearing none, they'll stand as published. On the June 10th special session meeting, is there any additions or corrections to that? Hearing none, they will stand as presented. Bill, I have to tell you, staff recognition, that's normally something new, but I think the staff has been there. That hasn't been introduced. I see Marie from HR here. I see Casey from Recreation. And go ahead.
If I may?
I sure hope so.
This is a good thing. Marie, why don't you step up here? I'm going to have everybody that's still hanging around come on up for a little recognition. Is Russ still in the house?
I think he's checking out a water fountain.
No? Carl Wilhelm, come on up. Come on up as we speak. Katie O'Grady, can you step away from your... Todd Patty is out of town, dealing with some family issues. Pat O'Hara was here. Step up, please, Patrick. Peter Finelli. James Riley is off today. Tracy Skousen, library. Thank you. Casey Huta. Barry Hardesty. Kathy Peterson. David Bennett. And Jack Stroop. I know you guys are hiding behind that column over there. But first and foremost, this is just an introduction of our key management staff that we have our staff meetings with every Monday to make sure things are rolling along smoothly. But really the comment that I want to make as far as just saying thank you to the staff that does all the wonderful operational tasks that we have here today and throughout the year on an everyday basis. But behind me, it's pretty amazing. We're looking at 172 and a half years of experience inside the walls of Sun City West. That's enormous. That is a lot of working knowledge. If you ever want to know where the bones are buried, that's the group. But they do a tremendous job, and that they have a loyalty to this association that is unequivocal. And I think the facilities and the amenities that exist here. We talked a little bit earlier about that independent survey that went on with 2,600 plus communities, somewhat similar to ours. But we ranked, within that survey, we got a total of 100% as far as our amenities go that we provide and offer here. And that really says a lot. And it really says a lot about the people that are behind me and with me as the team that we put together as far as making sure this thing is rolling along very, very nicely. All the folks out on the golf courses, all the folks dealing with golf maintenance, and all the supervisors and monitors and all the part-time people we have keeping these recreation centers rolling are truly, truly tremendous. And about half of the 450 staff members we have are owner members. And that is very, very cool, looking after their own environment. So hats off to all them, and I just want to give them a little bit of a kudo at this meeting. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you, staff. That's one of the great things. Again, 172 years experience. Boy, oh boy! I tell you, the experience that you have here. You ask Russ what light bulb goes where, he can tell you where it is and how many times he's replaced it. Okay, it is. Moving along, number 9 on here. We have a little housekeeping here. Director Mancuso would like to make a statement. Director, if you're going to read a statement in there, I would ask you to have it part of the minutes, to have it written and give it to Karen so it's part of the published minutes.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. There was a meeting on June 4th, and my conduct, I believe, was ungentlemanly. I regret the tone and forcefulness and intensity of my presentation. I was very passionate, and some of my responses to board members, staff, and community at that June 4th meeting were ungentlemanly.
In the future, I will conduct myself with restraint and respect for my fellow board members, staff, and the residents of our wonderful community. I want to thank you for electing me to the governing board and letting me represent our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you very much. You're going to have to. What? Yeah, it's on. The little green light says it's on. I know it's there. Okay, this is going to be an apology. First off, on my part, I have done and hidden with the help of human resources. Okay, employee recognition, because if this employee found out it was going on there, she would have not come and she would have beaten me to a pulp. But I want to read this. Diligent honor exceptional leaders in public governance with inaugural Modern Governance 100 Community Board Programs. The Diligent Corporation announced honorees of the inaugural Modern Governance of 100 Community Board members in March. I am proud, and I can tell you this, if you have any idea how proud it is to work on the governing board, okay, I am proud to announce that Karen Ropkin was recognized as a leader in this modern governance. This program is dedicated to the recognition of community governance leaders who are committed to driving positive organizational changes, as this program shines a light on public and elected boards as council as well. It goes on there. I'm going to give this to Karen, but what I really want to just say, she's recognized as one of the top 100 executive assistants in the United States. And if you really want to know who runs this place, and if you ever served with the governing board on a committee, you know that everything is kept in line by her. I have a certificate for you, Karen. I'm sorry to embarrass you. And again, this will be part of the minutes and a certificate. Thank you so much. And big kudos, Marie. Thank you so much. And I want to add, did you know about this? No, I did not. So we did a good job. Listen, recognition, when you talk about the experience, Karen sits on the pinnacle of that sword, okay? Of, is it staff? Is it governing board? Is it me? Is it compliance? Is it Robert's Rules? People do not know how great of a job she does, and I'm so thankful I had the opportunity to recognize her. Thank you. Committee reports. We're going to go down to Ann. I know you're on the time clock. Ann Brown first. These are year-end reports that must be written into the minutes. They are available online, each individually.
I'm just going to briefly summarize what I wanted to say, but first of all, I want to recognize the committee members I had this year. This is in alphabetical order, so nobody get upset, Lisa, when you're last. Gary Bosack, John Hobold, Kathy Lindell, Lou Mancuso, Harry Stanenbein, and Lisa Vines. We met usually twice a month, September through June or through May. We had a lot on our plate. We always reviewed the financial statements. We accepted the auditor's report from last year. We had many iterations of not only the regular budget, the capital budget, all the items individually that were over $100,000. We reviewed financial policies ad nauseum. And if you can't sleep some night, go online and read the financial policies. I think the most important thing we did this year was to vet a new professional investment advisor for our community, and that will be voted on today. But we also reviewed insurance and things like charter club receivables and Briarwood water agreement. But all in all, we did a lot of work. My committee made me look very good, and I appreciate every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Roberta? Roberta, it's your first chance to chat this morning. How are you today?
I'm great, thank you. Okay, first I would like to express my appreciation to the Properties Committee members who served on the 2020-2021 committee: Barbara Sloan, Nancy Hunt, Marlee Kistler, Sherry Jones, Marshall Adams, Bob Hartley, John Nicholas, and Jerry Connor. In spite of COVID limitations, the committee began with a tour of each of the recreation center facilities, the library, and the metal shop. During a 2-week period in October, the tours were led by Facilities Project Superintendent Carl Wilhelm and Facilities Maintenance Manager Russ Boston. I would like to thank them for their guidance to the committee. Among the final approved projects were Palm Ridge Rec Center at the indoor pool wainscot tile replacement, and at Beardsley, we took it from being the stepchild of the rec centers and made some, hopefully starting in July 1, all the improvements that we put in the budget. Spa wall improvements, improve the pool lighting, one of my favorites. Remove the carpet and river rock and fountains in the pool seating area, and that's going to be fun living in a desert. To be replaced with rubberized decking. We're going to enclose the aquatics entrance. We're also going to expand the dance floor at the Performance Pavilion and add an additional dance floor near Ramada 7, which will also serve, we're hoping, as a cornhole court. And we recommended the greenhouse replacement and expansion. I would like to thank my fellow board members here for approving these improvements in the budget for the next fiscal year. As required by the bylaws, the committee spent a lot of time reviewing all the facility policies, probably more than we wanted to. So we did come up with changes regarding donations, and my husband helped me with this word all morning long, memorialization, and naming guidelines. These guidelines.
Good job, Bobby.
These guidelines were later updated to include advertising and moved as an appendix to the RR&Ps. We further made changes policies to chartered club compliance with 501c7 tax status, especially in regard to capital projects, advertising, and sponsorships. We also adhered to changes in state law regarding medical marijuana, and the committee reviewed the revisions made by the association attorney for FA05 smoke-free environment. And then we also reviewed the pickleball expansion project, and that was delayed until we come up with the final master plan. It's been a busy year. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. We have a fill-in for our golf committee. Former Director, Vice President Tim Hurley. Thank you, Tim, for filling in.
Thank you, George, Mr. President. Thank you, and board. Thank you for letting me come up and talk about golf, which I truly love. I'll go through the members of the golf committee at the end, but I just want to say most of the items that were before the golf committee today have been teed up already. Just use a golf. But I'll try to give you the what the slant on it that came before the golf committee. As been spoken already, the dark cloud that came over 2020 and 2021 was the COVID. And golf being a very social sport, some of the behaviors at the very beginning were hard to break. And as the general manager mentioned, that he had to get the golfers' attentions by closing the golf courses for 3 weeks, and he certainly did. Thank you. You're welcome. Once the golf courses opened back up, I will have to say the golfers were pretty good at self-policing themselves. The clubs, the men's and ladies golf clubs, and the group play and the other people that just got together were pretty good about telling people that weren't conforming to what the restrictions were to get on the ball and do it, because we didn't want to have them closed down again. So there were several things that happened to the golf courses during the COVID-19. Areas of common touch like the flag sticks, the ball washers, the rakes in the bunkers and things like that were all removed, and we had to get used to getting our balls out of the holes with the use of about 4-inch piece of foam noodle that was at the bottom of the holes, which was actually pretty nice because as we get older, it's a little bit harder to bend down that far. So, and we did single riders and carts for quite a long time, and actually the golfers liked it because we could get around the course quicker. The only problem was having 4 carts out there instead of 2 took a toll on the golf courses. So, and hopefully as the Bermuda comes back, it'll be able to rebound from that. And I'm sure Todd will keep everything looking spick and span. The pandemic did have some positive aspects though too for golf. And that is, with all the rest of the facilities closed, a lot of people still wanted to do exercise and have some recreation. So people that hadn't played golf in a while came out and played golf. And as Mr. Finelli, the CFO, said, our golf rounds are up. And a big part of that is due to the fact that people had no other outlet to get out and exercise. Okay? There are a couple of things that haven't been mentioned today that have affected the golfing community here, and that is 2 things in particular. One, at the Grandview Golf Course, the new golf lab has been opened, and it's run by a PGA professional, Dave Aarons. And anybody that wants to have something done to help improve their golf swing certainly ought to look into the golf lab. Dave is a PGA professional with several years' experience, and he can help fit you with golf clubs. He can do golf repair, re-gripping, that sort of thing. And something over there that's particularly cool is they've got an indoor simulator where you can go in and with instruction, you can actually rent it for a nominal amount for an hour and play the various golf courses that they have on the simulator. So during some of these hot afternoons, that's actually not a bad way to go over there. And if you work it right, you could probably bring a pitcher down from the crooked putter and have a foursome in there and enjoy the afternoon. The other thing that happened for improvement of our golfers was Mr. O'Hara has 5 PGA professionals working on his staff. And besides the golf shop operations, they are now allowed to give private lessons and clinics to the golfers. And as a resident here, you get a reduced rate versus what they would normally charge. And I've taken lessons with some of them, and I highly recommend if you need some work on your game or your game's slumping, they're a good place to go. Golf can be a little intimidating for people that haven't played, who might want to play now that they're retired and have more time on their hands. And going into an established group of golfers can be intimidating for newbies. So Golf Operations has taken over what we call the Green Team. And the Green Team is a very social way to be introduced to the game of golf. And it's a very low pressure situation where they take you through how to buy golf clubs, what clubs to use, how to swing the golf club etiquette, what you do when you go check into the golf shop. It's really a very good introductory lesson for getting into golf. And it's very social and it's very low pressure. And the Green Team has actually graduated several people who are now avid golfers in our facility here. One of the slides that was up earlier, I believe George, Mr. President George, made the mention of the fact that group play was looked into again. And basically what group play is just what it sounds. It's groups of people that have gotten together that play golf on a regular basis, and they've been recognized by the Golf Operations and get tee times in advance. They have to conform to several restrictions, and their tee times don't necessarily adversely affect the tee times available to the general owner members. But it is a very social program, and it's had its ups and downs over the last couple of years. So a task force was put together by the Golf Committee to look at group play, how it could be reformed to benefit not only the members of the groups, the general golfing population, but also how it could benefit the rec centers too. Because it is almost a guaranteed source of revenue that people, the rec center know this group of people is going to be playing at a certain time every week, and you can schedule your activities around it. So there was a task force put together, and they did come up with recommendations. They were detailed by Pat at the January 14th Golf Committee meeting, and anybody that really wants the detail of all the specifications can look at the minutes from that meeting. And what they did was they put it into, we changed the policy. It was, let me rephrase that. We recommended to the board that they approve the policy G6, which they did at the January 21 board meeting. Okay? One of the other big jobs that the Golf Committee has is looking at recommendations from the rec center on golf fees. And each year, Pat and his staff put together a summary of our golf fees versus golf fees and several of the other surrounding competing golf communities, if you will. And the idea is that golf in Sun City West is an amenity for the owner members. But that has to be balanced with, are we sure that we're getting as much revenue as we can from golf while being competitive with the other golf courses around us? So every year we've put together that Pat's comparison, and we've looked at it. I've been associated with the Golf Committee for the last 6 years, so I've seen several of these, and it really is handy information when you look at and say, are we really being competitive with the golf courses around us? Because we do want some outside play. If we've got unsold tee times that our owner members don't use, we certainly want to sell them to the people in the public. So between the Golf Committee and Pete and the general manager and Pat, there was a recommendation to the board that there not be any changes in golf fees or golf cards for the next fiscal year, with a slight increase in golf cart rentals. So that was good. And after all the restrictions from COVID, it's kind of nice not to see something go up.
Amen.
Okay. All right. Also, that's been mentioned, and this was one of the main topics that the committee dealt with this year, was the nexus of water, aging infrastructure, golf course turf, and mandates coming down from the county and the state. And as we're going to see here shortly, maybe even federal. Water is a major issue to Arizona. That's not a big statement that's going to shock anybody. And the Arizona Department of Water Resources, the ADWR, has designated several areas around the state as what they call management areas. We belong to the Phoenix management area. And what the state does every periodically, we're in a management plan 3 now, is they set forth guidelines as to water usage and water restrictions and what you can do as far as using turf and how much water you can throw out at the turf, that sort of thing. We're fully compliant with the Plan 3 that we're in right now. And Plan 4 is actually being jumped over to, they're going to Plan 5, which is going to be effective somewhere in 2025. And this has cut back on not only how much water can be used, but how much turf, how many acres of turf can actually be watered. Most of our golf courses, 5 of our 7 golf courses were constructed prior to 1990. And in fact, the first date back to 1978. And this was before people even started thinking about conserving water other than living in the desert and just do it naturally. So over that time, just like our buildings, and you heard Carl talk about infrastructure and maintaining and things like that, the golf courses have to be maintained too. You heard someone mention the fact that we just finished the last bunker renovation project this last year with Desert Trails. That was over the course of about 7 or 8 years, and we rehabilitated all of those golf course bunkers. Most of our driving ranges have been expanded and leveled because when they were built in tiers, and the downslope is not usable for practice. So leveling them out, we actually gained at each golf course about 25% additional tee space that can be used for the practice. As I said, most of the irrigation systems were built in the 1880s. Excuse me. Sometimes it feels like it. In the 1980s. And back then, the technology was to put out watering heads and things like in blocks, where you basically controlled a big block of acreage with one valve. And what that does is it puts water everywhere, areas where you need it and areas where you don't need it. And in some areas where you need more, you only get what's put out there. The technology that's come along since then, it has, as all IT stuff has been, the heads now are individually programmable, to where you can set up your system and you can actually program your heads to deliver water not only where you want it, but when you want it. If you need more, you can program in more. If you need less, you can program in less. So some of our golf courses, particularly Grandview and some of the older courses, the cost to repair the irrigation systems is getting prohibitive. And as was mentioned before, Grandview was picked as the first course to go in and redo the system. Along with that, we're also looking at the mandates that may come down the line. And some of our golf courses that were first built, the first 4 were what were called wall-to-wall turf. And what that means is there is grass all the way up to the property lines around the houses. The newer courses, Desert Trails, Deer Valley, and Trail Ridge, have desert areas within the golf course that are maintained by low water plants, that sort of thing, desert landscaping. And those are, of course, not watered and that sort of thing. So one of the ideas when we're looking at developing a new irrigation system is there are some areas in these courses, the wall-to-wall courses, that are out of play from a golf perspective. But during the growing season, they get treated just like the middle of the fairway as far as being watered and mowed and cared for, all that sort of thing. So if we're going to redesign a new system to go in to water the turf, that's the perfect time to go in and look at taking out turf that's out of play areas, that doesn't really need to be maintained, that we can save the water from doing that. And that's one of the things that's being looked at. There are, Todd, I'm sorry he's really not here, but he has plans for some of the courses to actually go in and remove turf from out of play areas. It won't affect the playability of the golf course. It'll reduce the amount of turf that we have to water and mow and maintain, and obviously reduce the amount of water that needs to put on those things. Okay, so all these things are coming to a head. That's why the board is being asked to spend a lot of money on the golf courses over the next couple of years. But the dividends that we get from it will actually be very good savings. So the golf committee heard updates at each meeting on this perfect storm of the water mandates. And all of the points were developed into a strategic plan that Todd developed. And it's basically proactively reducing turf where we can without infecting the golf experience. Designing the new water systems, as I said, to improve efficiency. And update the reserve study to schedule the irrigation replacements over the next 20 to 25 years. It's not something we're going to need to do over the next 2 or 3 years for all 7 courses. And the other one is educating our owner members on the reasons why we're updating our golf irrigation systems and what it's going to mean to people that have golf course lots that may have some of the turf in front of their property line removed and replaced with desert landscaping. So it'll be an advantage for everybody. If you've got grass right out your back door, it may take a little bit getting used to, but in the long run, it's the right thing to do for the community, okay? Our golf committee members were Bob Canaro, who is the chairman, who is a board member who has since moved out of the community for health reasons, Norman Hayward, David Hunter, Patty Street, Steve Stenzel, Jeff Taylor, and Tom Wogamuth. And all of the people on the golf committee want to thank Mr. Schwinn, the general manager, Pat O'Hara, golf operations manager, Mr. Pete Finelli, the CFO, Todd Patty, who is an absolute genius when it comes to growing grass, and governing president, Mr. Sir George. So we thank you very much, and that's the report for the golf committee for 2021.
Tim, thank you very much. And as always, 8,100 plus golfers. That's who that golf committee represents. Thank you so much.
George, that just reminded me of something. You know, we were talking about clubs earlier. Still on?
Yeah.
There's 25% of our 29,000 residents that play golf. That's more people that play golf as an activity than do anything else in the community, okay? It's a big deal. And we do have the slogan, and I'm probably not going to say this right, but it's we're a premier retirement golf community. So, and we really are. It was built that way, and it continues to be that way.
Thank you. Awesome. Great job. Donna, you're next.
I don't think any of us, Tim, would say you do not love golf. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Despite COVID, Charter Clubs Committee worked diligently in forwarding updates to the RRMPs for charter clubs, specifically on capital projects, club member conduct, club membership participation, and virtual meetings, which were successfully approved by the governing board, incorporated into the RRMPs, distributed to the clubs, and are available online. In addition, a new capital projects flowchart and an FA01 addendum was created and moved forward for attachment to the RRMPs, along with donation, memorialization, naming, and advertising guidelines, as Roberta had indicated earlier. We ended our year with final recommended updates to the RRMPs and appropriate policy revisions based on the findings of the 501c7 Tax Status Special Committee, which dealt with the village store, consignment, advertising, outside guests, and loan issues. Unfortunately, the governing board workshop did not move them forward. I'd like to end by saying I'm very proud and overwhelmed with appreciation to the committee members, Judy Thompson, Karen Justice, Anita McElweak, Tom Jones, and Otto Werner for their commitment, hard work, and support. And in ending, I'd like to also thank James Riley. We worked together weekly at meetings, which contributed to the committee's success. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you very much. Sue, you're up next with Sports Pavilion and Bowling.
Okay, this year was a challenging year for all of us, and the Sports Pavilion Committee was certainly affected. The committee only met 4 times, and they were all virtual meetings. And we really didn't have a chance to gel as a group as a result of that. So for that, I'm disappointed. As you know, the activities at the Sports Pavilion during most of the year were very limited, but Barry did a great job managing the facility, his staff, and the leagues. He created safety restrictions that kept the brave bowlers and the pool enthusiasts safe. By reducing staff hours, limiting occupancy, and wearing masks, the facility avoided severe financial loss. The last few months of the season became the bright spot. COVID-weary Sports Pavilion users were welcomed back, and the lanes again were full of the welcome sound of the pins going down. In May, the new scoring system was installed after a several-year wait due at first to budget concerns and then due to COVID factory shutdown issues. But wait until you experience the capabilities of this new system. You will be impressed. The surprise approval of the Lizard Acres Pub gave a boost to the Sports Pavilion, and preparation of the room coincided with the closure to install the scoring system. The location of an indoor gathering place has been a goal of the Sports Pavilion Committee for the past 3 years. It is now a work in progress and continues to positively change each week. Barry calls it a soft opening. In combination with the Arts and Design Committee, subtle lizards appeared on one wall and a bright green color on another, along with some comfy couches and tables to warm the room. If the space becomes a place the community uses, it will continue to grow. We bowlers, darts players, game TV enthusiasts are able to share the space, and Shuffleboard has a new outdoor home near the bocce courts. It's been a pleasure working with Barry and this committee assignment for the past 3 years, and I look forward to the evolving use of such a great facility for Sun City West. Thank you to my committee members, Joe Hoyer, Paul Piper, Fran Fecko, Paul Horvick for a short period of time, and Goldine Butler.
Thank you, Sue. Next up is Bob Wilson from TORCH. I'm sure it's a brief report because I think you were closed all year, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
So I'll try to just keep it to 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get the question too often, what the heck is TORCH? So TORCH is a special committee of the board that's mandated to provide information about Sun City West, its amenities and services available to owner members. The goal is to provide a better understanding of the inner workings of the community. It's hoped that this knowledge could develop in people an interest in participating in the volunteer organizations that are such a big part of making Sun City West what it is. We like also to think that with a better understanding of the community, the TORCH graduates would be good news ambassadors for Sun City West within and outside the community. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, our twice yearly academy was put on hiatus in March of 2020. We haven't been silent though. Under the TORCH name, Katie O'Grady and her audiovisual team, who are over on the far right there doing an excellent job for today's meeting as well as for us, have worked very hard to produce and release some quality short videos on different subjects in the community. Those videos are currently accessible through the TORCH page and of Sun City West and the YouTube video icon on the main Sun City West page. I would encourage anyone who has not had the opportunity to view them to do so. They include subjects like Porch, the Posse, the radio station, the Kuentz remodel, and explanations for CC&Rs, dues, and APF fees, to mention a few. We have as well made changes in the committee. We recently welcomed some new quality members to the committee and have made a change in the chair. Terry Hammond, who was here earlier, who in addition to having had positions on the board and other volunteer work within the community, has been chairman of the committee for over 6 years. He decided to step back to the co-chair position, and I have switched positions with him. Although these changes have been made, we are fortunate as well to still have the dedicated involvement of several committee members who were involved in the creation of TORCH 13 years ago. They represent about 25% of the committee, which is I think unique to board committees in Sun City West. The committee decided due to pandemic uncertainty to not conduct the Fall Academy, but will restart our twice yearly sessions in February of 2022 with the meet and greet February 16 and session 1 on February 17 that will run consecutive Thursdays to the 31st of March. Members of the 2020 Academy, which was stopped due to COVID-19, will be given first opportunity to retake the Academy in spring of 2022. With the additional time between academies, the committee has elected to do a deep dive into the structure and content of the Academy. Our last meeting was June 18, and we will continue with this review and revision process in our next meeting, September. And that's my report, sir.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it much. And to anybody who's on YouTube or is listening, if you haven't taken the opportunity to be and go through TORCH Academy, it is time that is, I can't even say not only well spent, but it is a gift to us. Thank you. Sue, you're up next for Arts and Design Special Report.
Okay. The Arts and Design Special Committee was created at the end of March with the goals of identifying common areas appropriate for enhancement through art at rec center properties. Connecting clubs about, oh, this doesn't make sense, what I've written. Okay, that happens oftentimes. We began by connecting the clubs with potential opportunities to display their art. And we had the committee also recommending design suggestions and fostering some community art projects that might be involved with our residents. So we had those 4 goals. The committee of 10 began by breaking into groups to walk the properties with an eye for art. Then they made contacts with many clubs who might have art to offer and to inform them of our efforts. Initial ideas were shared and put into a working spreadsheet thanks to our advisor, Carl Wilhelm. And next, the rec staff reviewed those preliminary ideas to see if we were on target and kind of matched what would be appropriate. Partway through our work, the call came out to assist with the design of the new Lizard Acres pub. Arts and Design Committee members, along with the Sports Pavilion Committee, joined together to paint the lizards in the room and choose the asparagus fern green wall color. We grouped the beer signs and made some suggestions for furniture. Watch now for some saguaro cactus to appear in the pub. I thank Barry, the Sports Pavilion manager, for tolerating all of our artistic ideas. Groups within the committee have continued to meet with facilities supervisors David Bennett and Jack Strope to consider specific options, determine timing, and kind of chart, of course, of action. I'm pleased to report phenomenal cooperation between the staff and the committee members. And I thank Carl for setting up the relationship. They are working with the community as a team, and that's really to be commended. Many ideas presented are low or no cost items due to the generosity of the artists of Sun City West. There will be funds in the next budget year to cover needs such as supply costs for projects, items needing proper protection for displays, and possibly the purchase of items not able to come from our local artisans. The continued work of this committee next year should yield some exciting artistic results. Watch for a rotating display of framed artwork at the social hall at the back wall, if you can picture that. Watch for some weavings at the Kuentz courtyard. And look for a redo at the end of the pool at Beardsley in the spring, to name a few projects. I'm amazed at the excitement and of the accomplishments of this committee and from the residents of Sun City West to our ideas in such a short time. And thank you to my committee, Shelley Peterson, Patty Hoffert, Kat Taylor, Judy Gilpin, Judy Estrom, Susan Price Patterson, Nancy Crossan, Marilyn Robinette, and Candy Worley, and especially a thank you for advisor, Carl Wilhelm.
Thank you, Sue. I have a EOM report for the Space Solutions Special Committee. It's very brief. I'm going to read it very quickly. April 29th was final meeting. All information gathered was given to the Recreation Manager for steps in the process. 2 summaries were reviewed and passed along to the Recreation Manager, 2018 Spatial Utilization Study, both in summary and detail. The actual walkthroughs at Kuentz by Kay Williams and at Beardsley by Director Malloy also combined a survey form from outside sources that created a grid to form of what the wants and needs of incoming residents along with current amenities are. To be noted, Sun City West was rated number 2 in the USA as a premier active adult golf community, but also the amenity scored a perfect 100 out of 100 from Consumer Reports. We're the only recreation center in Arizona to achieve this. Special thanks to Tim at Beardsley and Frank at Kuentz for taking the time to work with the members of this committee for usage and space. Once again, our staff is the best. All attachments for this can be found on board docs. Thank you. Donna Maloney, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accept the June 2021 end of the year reports as filed information.
Okay.
A second.
There's a second by Ann. Is there any more discussion on this? We need an affirmative vote. I'll just go on Sharon if you're on the phone.
Yes, sorry, I'm muted. Yes.
Thank you, Sharon. Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Jim Young, wherever you are, say yes. He's on. We have enough for a vote. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to new business. Ann Brown, you're first up.
Thank you, President George. I move that the governing board approve the expenditure for each project or expense in the amount shown or approved within the operational budget and authorize the general manager to sign the contract, purchase order, and/or check for each project or expense. These are for capital and operating projects over $50,000.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Donna's a second. Is there any other discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll go for a vote. A vote of yay will be for the affirmative. Nay, that's Sharon?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
And Jim Young is out moving, but that's okay. Next one is up, which is Ann Brown again. Well, you got a busy agenda here.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
In line with the Budget and Finance Committee recommendation and after discussion by the governing board, I move that the governing board approve the in-gross revisions to policy FI-17, the asset preservation fee, as redlined.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Let's let Roberta have a chance. Roberta, you're going to second today?
I'll second it.
There you go. Donna's jumping in today. Okay, is there any discussion about this?
President George?
Yes.
I do want to mention that a resident has come forward and let us know that there is the word "it" is missing from this. It's kind of implied, but the committee will look at this for possible another revision in the fall, but it is presented as accepted.
Yeah, and just as a sidebar comment, the revision to this was brought to us by a number of hearings that were brought to us back in October and November about a policy of fairness of applying the APF fee to different situations. And this is the final revision that has been gone on with this one. And I just want to thank the B&F committee, properties, charter clubs, and all the members of the board who worked diligently on this. This has been a mountain to climb to make this fair across the board. I'll go, and if there's no other discussion, hearing none, we'll go for a vote. Yea will be an affirmative approval, nay will be not. Sharon?
Yes.
Thank you. Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jim, I need you to say yes 3 times.
Yes, yes.
See, he voted on all 3. Thank you very much. Okay. Ann Brown?
Yes, this concerns the Briarwood Water Agreement. After discussion by the Budget and Finance and Golf Committees and Governing Board, I move that the Governing Board approve the lease amendment to the Briarwood Water Agreement.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
I second.
Let Lisa have some fun.
Okay,
You're
go
going to
ahead,
be busy
go ahead,
later. Lisa did the second. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, I will call for the question. Sharon?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ann, you're still up again. I think it's your last one, isn't it?
I believe it is. This is on the selection of Cap Trust as the Rec Center's financial advisor. I move that the governing board approve Cap Trust as the financial advisor for the recreation centers of Sun City West.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Lisa's a second on that one. Is there any other further discussion on this? Hearing none, I will move forward. A yea vote will to accept Cap Trust as the financial advisor for Sun City West, and they would not be. Jim?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
And?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next one is Roberta.
I move that the governing board approve a Kuentz parking lot asphalt mill and replace project planning determination, August, September 2021 single mobilization versus August, September 2021 dual mobilization, or May 2022 single mobilization versus May 2022 dual mobilization.
Boy, oh boy, you got a lot of mobilizations there, Roberta.
I didn't write it.
Okay, is there a second to this motion?
I second.
Diane, I see Carl stepping up to the microphone. I'm just going to run to him first as a project manager to put any details out there.
The purpose of this facts and findings is for the governing board to make a determination of one of those 4 options, either a single mobilization or a dual in the August-September timeline or the May 2022 timeline.
All right. If I may just ask some questions so the board knows this. If you do the single mobilization, there is a cost factor difference between that and a secondary and a 2 mobilization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and at approximate dollars that would be?
16,129.
Okay, is there a cost factor difference between doing it in August, September as opposed to May of next year?
That is correct.
And that approximately dollars would be?
Between 31,800 or 33,413.
Okay, so we're talking about a $45,000 overall if we wait to do this as opposed to doing it now as a single mobilization as a secondary one.
No.
Okay, or is that 15 included in there?
It's already included.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure because there was a lot of numbers fighting around. So the difference is 15 to 30.
16,129 in between if we choose August, September of 21.
Okay.
Or it would be either 31,800 in May of 22 or 33,413 in May of 22 if we did a dual mobilization.
Okay. Thank you, Carl. All right. Board, is there any other discussion, any other questions or discussion? Go ahead, Roberta.
I just have a point of clarification on this.
Okay.
Okay. So is it a choice not just between what part, whether it's in 2021 and 2022 or 2022, are we determining when
Yes.
the rec centers would be closed?
Yes, as a portion of A being half or a complete one. And again, it's laid out there, and again, there's a time frame that's involved with this because a single mobilization, as we saw at Palm Ridge, goes much more quick than a split. But now we also have to take into factor that both these timings are when not only the clubs are open, but the theater is open. And as our last discussion that we had out there, many of the board members wanted to make sure that we were open and transparent about saying what we want, and Carl and the staff has asked us to intervene to say which one of these is what we want to do. And that's, I hope that clarifies that. Simple
George?
thing. Who's
George?
yelling?
This is Sharon.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
hear
sorry,
me?
Sharon. I'm looking for a voice and I'm not seeing you.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to speak about this in general. My husband is a member of Western Airs, and when I called the Western Airs person who's in charge, Sylvia, of the choir, they start their practices on the very first part of the first week of September, and that means that they cannot practice at all, and they've been dying to get to the practice session. So I just wanted to know that we're going to be they have to go somewhere, 100 of them, to go practice. So we have to figure out what we do with, I know Western Air.
Yeah,
I do not know about the theater part, but since they called me, I felt that it was important you know that.
And Sharon, because you're not here, there's a gentleman who represents the Theater Council who'll be speaking on this when we talk out on the sidebar of that. But again, we wanted to make sure that in all these things we were open up front about when the closure would be, because there was a lot of heat taken with the Palm Ridge one, and it was talked about, and we want to make sure that we're doing what is in the best interest, both financially and for the clubs at the same time. Directors, any other comments? Lisa?
Carl, what is the estimated length of the shutdown?
The vendor has quoted to me 2 weeks. As project manager for the rec centers, I plan for 3 weeks as a precautionary measure. If we were to choose the August-September timeline, we are open to a little bit more of a weather opportunity with it being monsoon season. So those are all the facts for you to think about.
Great. Thank you, Carl.
George? Carl, you said 2 to 3 weeks. Is that the single or the multi?
Actually, the vendor, no matter the price difference, the vendor believes that both mobilizations can get done in the same time frame. So
whether it's a single or a double.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The price difference is primarily for the labor to move vehicles back and forth.
Sounds like a Yogi Berra thing. 100% the deal's 100% of the price. Okay. Any other comments from the board?
Thank you, George.
My pleasure.
I'm Steve Johnson. I'm the president of Theater West, and I'm also, I hope, speaking for the Western Airs as well. Last year, as you well know, we were shut down in March after 2 shows and essentially lost about $15,000 or $16,000 of revenue. We get into the tax issue, but I'm going to avoid that right now. But we start our rehearsals the middle of August at the theater. Our construction of set will start in July and continue probably into September. We are also in the process right now of working with Jack and Frank in training people to be in the booth to run sound and lights, which was going to take place when we started our rehearsals in August at the theater. If any of you attend theater activities, we have sets that have to be constructed. That will be done again in July and August. And then in August, we were hoping to start miking our actors early so we could start the training process of both sound and lights. Our first show is October 18th, which means we are on stage the 1st of September to start performing or start rehearsing. The problem is we cannot go anyplace else because there's no place else that would have our set available. It was suggested we go to the lecture hall. We can't do that. Our sets aren't there. So we have to have access to the theater. The other issue, as Sharon addressed, Western Air start rehearsal the 2nd of September. Their show is in December. Our shows are only as good as the rehearsals that we have leading up to it. We deal with an age group of people. It's difficult for them to come. We already rehearse in theater 3 to 4 times a week for that probably almost month and a half, 2 months period leading up to the opening of October 18th. Western Air's rehearses right now 2 days a week leading up to their show in December. We essentially are losing at least 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks of rehearsal. I would recommend, not looking at dollars, the April-May date or a dual mobilization, which would allow us to utilize the entire theater and the back 40 for Western Airs. I would encourage you to look at that.
Hey, Steve, I just want to clarify in my mind because I'm very confused, which is easily done. If you had a dual mobilization in the August-September timeframe, you'd be able to move on without any.
That is correct. That is correct.
That is correct.
We could utilize both the theater. According to my conversations with Carl, we would have access to the theater from one side of the parking lot or the other, which would leave that available to both Theater West and Western Airs.
Okay, that is the
The
question.
dual mobilization would be fine.
Okay, Steve, thank you. So I wanted to make sure that the question that the board's going to jump on is, if it's a dual mode, you can continue as though nothing happened.
That is correct.
And that
That
would
is
be,
correct.
that's okay with you, Carl? That works for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, board.
Thank you, President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
No, it's okay. You know me, it's not that. I just want to thank you for your concern, and I want you guys to know that the board is concerned about that. That's why it's been brought up.
Thank
this
you.
way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion for this on there.
George, I had a point of clarification. He says April, May dual, so you're talking about the May 2022
No,
and not
it would be
August, September.
August, September is the time frame for splitting the month. The other one would be just totally in May. Okay, so here's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a yay vote on whether we're going to do with the dual mobilization at the cost of whatever $16,129 is proposed, and that would be if we want to continue with that and give Carl the okay to do that. If it's a no, then we'll go in and see if we're going to do it as a May. But like I said, the vote would be in August of a dual mobilization. Okay, that would be that. That's how it would be. Jim, go right ahead.
What is the total cost?
Total cost is $16,129. Oh, excuse me.
No.
I'm wrong. Once again, I will sit corrected. Okay. Single mobilization is $318,000 in August. Dual mobilization is $334,000. Okay. In May, if we wait in May, the single mobilization will be $349,800, and the dual would be $367,542. So the dual mobilization will cost us approximately $16,000 more. But if we wait going down there, you're probably looking at almost $50,000 in waiting to May and doing it. I hope that answers your question, Jim.
Yes.
Any other discussion on this?
George, point of clarification on your motion though was the single mobilization, correct?
Yeah, well, was single, yeah. It would single or dual. We'll get there. The temperature of the board would probably be very easy on this one. Okay. Let's break this down, and once we have an affirmative vote to go forward, the rest will be dead. I would say that would be good. We're looking for a yay for a dual mobilization for August and September of this year at a cost of $334,129.
I do have one other question.
Yes, Jim.
Carl, do we have the money in the budget? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm just going to go. A yay vote would be to do a dual mobilization in August and September. Yes, Sue.
Don't we already have a motion on the floor that we should get rid of before we do this?
Well, the motion on the floor is one of all the above.
Okay.
It's a choice of. So we're going to just kind of break it down there and say, this is the choice we're going to agree to.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll be a vote for a yay of $334,129 dual mobilization in August and September. Lou.
Point of order. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I think you should make a motion to what you want to do and do it.
All right.
And get rid of this motion. This is not the right
okay,
way to do it.
Time out.
Karen has a point of order.
Time out. Time out on this one. What we can do is the motion that was originally put in with as Roberta said, if she will rescind that, we can order a new one on this one.
Exactly.
Roberta, would you be kind enough to rescind that?
Yes, I will rescind it.
Okay.
And the person that seconded.
And the second on that one rescinded? Okay, so the motion of the original put on there for 12.05 is now been retired. Is that the proper way?
You could have done it the other way.
Listen, we're cutting into my lunchtime. I'm getting hungry on this one. Okay. Okay, but we can do it this way. We can retire the original motion and bring a new one up. Right? Yes. Okay. The president is not allowed to make a motion.
May I make a motion, Mr. President?
Absolutely,
I make
Lou.
a motion that we. Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
All right.
Make a motion that we do the Kuentz parking lot asphalt mill and replacement in the August-September 2021 timeframe in a dual mobilization at the cost of $334,129.
Very good. Is there a second? There's a Lisa. There. We got 45 seconds on this one. Okay. I'll take Sharon because she's on the phone. Sorry, Lisa. It's good. Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Sharon?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes, please.
Ann?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, that's a good one. Okay. Next one on the list. I'm going down my list here. Next one up is 12.06, Director Mancuso.
Thank you, President George. I make a motion, and the wording may not be quite perfect. I know Karen has counseled me on this, but a motion to create a special committee at today's meeting to address the 501c7 Charter Club tax status issues.
Okay. Before there's a second, I have a point of order from Jim.
First of all, I had a call last night with Lou, and we talked about this. He asked me to think about the motion and the process, and I did.
Thank you, Jim.
And here's the problem I have. The problem I have is that you have indicated in the past that you are buying and selling merchandise.
I did in the past, that is correct.
You sell merchandise.
I did
That
in the
is
past.
part of this process.
That is correct.
And therefore, I don't think we should do it. If you wanted to be on it, but you took that out of the motion. So I don't know.
Well, Jim, I was advised to read what I read.
Okay.
As part of the discussion points, then I am requesting to be the chair of that. I concur. But I was advised by parliamentarian procedure that all I was to do was to read what I read.
Okay. Then my point is still taken.
Yes.
You are in conflict of interest and you should abstain from it. And that's my point.
But
from the whole thing, you should abstain not only from voting, but from discussion. When you're in conflict of interest in something, and when you're in monetary gain of any type, you should claim a conflict of interest and get out of this altogether.
I would not disagree, but what I would do is I would resign from all charter clubs, all charter craft clubs, so that there is no conflict. But I'm willing to do that, or another director, if they would like to chair it, that would be fine.
Okay. Point of order is taken on that one, Jim.
Well,
only
if he resigns from the club.
I positively will resign immediately.
Very good. Now, there is a motion on the table. Is there a second to that motion?
I don't know.
I second.
Lisa has a second on it.
I'd
Okay.
like a parliamentarian to discuss this.
For Jim?
Well, I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I think he's probably. Oh, I'm sorry. I got it on and was
People
leaning
don't talk
back,
unless you
taking
call on them and they
taking a
talk to
nap.
you.
Yeah, you need to talk through the chair. That's quite all right. It's late in the day. We all want to get through this.
I'd like to
Okay.
speak.
Okay. Okay. There's a motion. There's a second discussion. Sue, you're first.
I'd just like to comment on this. I'm going to speak in opposition to the motion, and here's why. I see the tax issue as an operations issue with the general manager and his staff to resolve. And from the GM's presentation this morning, you can see that there have been quite a bit of progress made. Many issues have already been successfully resolved. I would prefer to have them continue their work with the remaining clubs over the summertime, and they have received information from tax accountants, and they understand the options that we have. That doesn't mean that suggestions from other people cannot also be looked into. I think they would be open to that. I just feel that to begin a committee would do nothing but slow down the process, taking months longer to resolve. The staff are currently meeting with individual clubs who have issues, and they're assisting them with the options and are very much in tune with their unique needs. I would hope that this resolution could be reached by September. I would then see the board making any needed changes or revisions to policies, our R&Ps as a result. And some of our policies are fine now. It's just a matter of enforcing them. Other ones might need to have some adjustment. I feel that the board's role is to set policies that right now are trying to keep our clubs safe. Once that is done and the RNPs are revised, clubs will have the direction for the changes that they need to make. I know that they're in limbo right now, but I think that if we wait until, give it a couple more months, we will have solutions to all of the issues. And that would then kind of coincide with our winter visitors coming back and clubs starting up, and then they can do their work with the adjustments that they need to make. The board hired our general manager to manage our day-to-day operations, and I think we need to let him finish the work.
Thank you. Any other discussion by board members?
I'd like to.
Donna? Right ahead.
I totally agree with Sue, and I would just like to state that I was a member of the 501c7 Tax Status Special Committee. I support their findings and recommendation and see no need for another special committee. The Charter Clubs Committee is responsible for any updates necessary to the RRPs and policy affecting charter clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
No, this is Sharon.
Yes, Sharon.
Okay. First of all, we, the board, are supposed to be making policy. And to me, the policies are what we're trying to set here. So by not being a part of the conversation at all and allowing the general manager to set policy is not what we're supposed to be doing. To that end, I'm going to use Kiva simply as a example of what's not being asked, I guess. And so to me, the reason for the committee is to look at all of the different things that need to be done. I agree that Bill has, in his presentation, gave a lot of information about all the clubs that he has dealt with so far. There are 102 of them. He didn't talk anything about or speak anything about Western Airs or the theater groups or how do we do these pieces that are in that. They didn't talk anything about the Kiva Bridge in regards to, no one asked any of these clubs to be a 501c4. The question for the attorney was, why can't they be under our umbrella of a 501c4? And that has not been answered. And it isn't as if it can't be done because Sun City Grand has done it with 42 clubs. And they are exactly the same 501c4 that we are. There's nothing different. Sun City is not the same. They are Chapter 10. It's not the same at all. So I'm just asking that the reason Lou, I believe, is trying to do this is so that we get to all of the clubs before we have some of them making decisions that maybe aren't right for them. And I don't know that we've sat down and talked about each individual club, where they stand, why and what they're trying to do. And that's what I think that for policy-wise, we should be looking at doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion from the board?
May I, George?
Lou, go right ahead, please.
Thank you. I hear what the other board members are saying. I would respectfully request that we just sort of stand down and not have clubs changing their tax status, etc. Some of the suggestions that I would like the committee to consider, if in fact a committee were approved, would be number one, if we look at the rec center sponsored events, and that would be things like Top Hat, cruise ship, trips, and that sort of thing. There are some issues, I would say, as it relates to non-residents attending these events. And I don't think it's intentional, but I think what can happen is I could go in and buy, and I believe I can go in and buy 4 Top Hat tickets. And I have 2 friends that live over in Surprise, and I say, hey, listen, why don't you come with me? And we could do that. So non-residents could attend that. One of my suggestions, if a committee were to be formed, is that the rec center would actually sponsor most events. Take dance clubs, for example. The rec center would actually sponsor the dance club, whether it's the, and I don't know all their names, but I'll just pick one, the XYZ Dance Club. And that dance club would actually have 2 checking accounts. It would have the one checking account where all their dues went into, and then they would have a second checking account, which would be between them and the rec center. The EIN number on the second checking account would be the rec center. However, the responsibility of managing both accounts fall to the charter club. Charter clubs do that all the time. They manage their own checking accounts. The difference is that no revenue would go into the dues paying checking account and only the dual checking account, which was the recreation center and the charter club. In addition to that, that account would need to be certified each year by a certified public auditor, and the club would need to fund that audit. So what that does is it permits the 501c7s to continue to be 501c7s, enjoy the privileges of being a 501c7. So you're basically, what you're doing is you're having the rec center just have additional sponsored events. The club would still sponsor it. When I say sponsor it, which they would be the ones that would put it in the rec center news that you're going to have an XYZ dance and it's going to be in such and such a location. But by doing that, you can comply with the IRS regulations, and yet the chartered clubs can still receive the privileges. So I've broken it down into three sections. So I've talked about social clubs and dance clubs. If you look at the sports clubs, all the sports clubs will violate their 501c7 status because they have tournaments. So, and the reason for that is they sell a lot of tickets. So if this dual checking account were to exist with the different sports clubs, whether it's pickleball, tennis, racquetball, whatever, their dues account would never hit that 15%. All tickets would be purchased through our ticketing agency that we currently have. We have a ticketing window. The account that the money would be received into would be a rec center account, and therefore none of the sports clubs would bounce up against that 15% and violate the 501c7 regulation. So and then I don't want to elaborate and just, continue on, but these are the reasons I'm asking to have a second committee and to make those recommendations to the governing board and to the general manager. I think there's some viable options regarding the consignment and charter clubs. But once again, I guess what I'm asking for is a second bite at the apple. We've gone around the first time. I think some of the decisions are a little harsh, and I would say I would just like to review them one more time. And if the result of the second committee is what the first committee said is what's required, then we can close the door on it and say we've looked at it a second time, and it's and the original recommendations are what are required. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Is there any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, we're going to call for the question. The question is whether to, excuse me, Harry, go right ahead. You can come up to the big one if you'd like. You got to come up to the microphone. Harry's one of our incoming board members, but as a resident today, please stay within the 2-minute criteria. Thank you.
116323. I'm Harry Stanabine. I am a retired CPA, an ex-IRS agent. I have spent some time studying this issue. Do I know it all? No, I retired 8 years ago. But when that was brought up from the attorney on the 501c4, did he explain to you, Bill, that the problem with it is that most 501c4 organizations are political organizations? They fall under the same auspice, and all of the trouble with the IRS is with those type of organizations. As we all know, political organizations right now are not very much in favor and trying to do everything to circumvent laws. And that is why the 501c4 is being looked at by the IRS. And I thought that point should be made, and hopefully your attorneys made that point to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. And any other comments?
Yes.
Jim?
Seeing as how this is my last meeting, Thank you, Lou.
Be nice, Jim. Remember,
I'm going to be very nice.
Jim, remember, it's on this subject, not
Yes,
your own.
it is.
Okay.
I get to give my speech afterwards.
Yes, I know.
And
I
that'll
have
be
my
lengthy.
headphones.
The reason I thought about this a long time, and that is that I don't think we need a committee of any type to get these answers to the governing board. I mean, to the director. All of these suggestions that everybody has can be put in writing, can be sent to the staff, and let them do their job. And I think it does, as Sue said, I think it slows the process down. And I just don't feel this is the right method. Not saying that the ideas that could come from that group are not good. I think those ideas can still go to the general manager.
Thank you, Jim. John, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is John Hobold, 117789. I am a member of the audience today. Full disclosure, I am a member of the Budget and Finance Committee. I am also a past president of the Country Western Dance Club and current secretary. And that my comments I would like to make are from my position on a dance club. We are intimately affected with this. I am very pleased and encouraged by what I've heard this morning. In all regards, I think the community is moving toward a solution that will have positive effects on everybody. I share some of the feelings that Director Mancuso has mentioned, in that I feel like the issue has not been fully vetted, and there may be more information and more solutions out there than have been presented to the decision-making bodies. And so I would say, regardless of whether you set up a special committee from the board or empower staff to look at this more carefully, one way or the other, the community will benefit. And because I don't think we've gotten all the information out, sorted it, and ranked it in a way that would allow either multiple solutions or the best solution. And it can be done in a number of ways. As long as it's positive and constructive, it should end well. But it's not over, in my
Thank you,
opinion.
John.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Great morning. Well, great, almost my lunchtime. Go ahead.
Lunchtime. I'm Carol Klein. My number is 121471. This has been a wonderful meeting, and I thank everybody involved in it. Thank you very much. I've gotten all my questions answered pretty much from Bill's presentation. I don't know how you can't understand what Bill said. That's just my opinion. I'm going to state some other opinions of mine. I believe that the committee, the original committee, has done their due diligence. My understanding is they have sought legal advice, and they've been told what is best for all of our clubs. I believe that the appointed committee has, I'm satisfied with what the committee has done based on what I have heard from Bill and just from talking to others that are that know some of the information. To create a special committee would be an insult, I believe, excuse me, to all the hard work, the time, the effort, and the results done by the original committee. They were appointed, they've done their job. What's not to trust? In talking to residents and hearing their opinions, in addition to opinions that have been voiced at 2 meetings that I've attended, I believe that people have spoken, and it's my opinion that I'm hearing they're saying they don't want the Sun City West open to the public. I believe that revisiting all the above would only result, as Sue said, to obstruct and delay efforts that are being made by the Rec Center Board to accomplish other important goals for this great community. In conclusion, I do state that I am not in favor of the creation of a special committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hi, Jack. Thank you for coming out there.
Sure thing, George.
Be short. You got 2 minutes.
I got 2 minutes. Jack Leary, 128260. I am against the idea, the motion to have a special committee. I believe that the premise that the general manager would be creating policy is incorrect. What the general manager will be doing to address this problem is to bring clubs back into alignment with existing policy, with existing rules. They will not be creating new rules. They will not be creating new policies without the involvement of the board. If new policies and rules are created, obviously the board will be involved. I've also not heard that answer, that approach is insufficient. To me, it seems to be very sufficient. Fewer than 25% of the clubs are in violation. It makes more sense to me to work specifically with those clubs to address those situations and then deal with the remaining 80% who are largely compliant but may need some fine-tuning on a one-to-one basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Shalyn Makasak. My number is 123691. I don't know why there's such a fear of forming this committee. I have listened to all of the workshop meetings from April. There's been a lot of contradictory information coming out of, take one person, they contradict themselves. So you don't know what to believe. And I would have a lot more comfortable feeling that there was transparency if a committee was formed to look at the issues and see what can be done for the clubs. It's the viability of the clubs is at stake. I have talked to many people and they say, well, I'm not doing anything because I have no place to sell. I can't give all my stuff away. And in the bead club, we don't make a lot of money when we sell our stuff. Our saying is just allows us to buy more beads. So it doesn't cost anything to form this committee. And I think it should be supported for transparency in the community, for the people who are the crafters. Our store and our craft fairs are showcases of the community. And when we looked here, our realtor brought us to the village store and to Jim Michael's, which was a better restaurant. And we were impressed, so we decided to move here rather than other communities around us. So I think it would behoove you to accept this committee being formed. I don't know what the issue is that no one wants it. But I think for transparency, it's important.
Thank you.
Barbara DuPont, 29568. I'm against having another special committee. And the reasoning to answer what she said, I think the fear is that maybe one person or more has a special agenda. I think we should look at the whole thing. The general manager did a wonderful job. I think he's still considering everybody's opinion, and we should go with letting them do the job that they've started.
Thank you, Barbara.
Hello again. Gloria Freed, 118414. I think that a committee right now would just clarify what these options are for each individual club, because what we're talking about here is everybody doing their own thing. I mean, if Grand could handle everything under the situation that they have, then shouldn't that be researched more fully? Wouldn't a committee allow us to see what the other options are before every club goes off willy-nilly and tries to figure out what's going to be best for them? And it changes the cohesiveness of this community to then have this club being open to the public, that club not open to the public. You know, we pay rec center dues, and those rec center dues are for us in this community. We want to keep it that way. And this board is supposed to be setting the policy for the community. So having a special committee to advise the board on what the residents really want and what can be done, it seems to me very open and transparent and should be pursued before we allow the hired staff to make the decisions for us. And I know we've hired them, but we have to set the policy. And that's what we're asking this committee to do. I know, I still have 13 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Jack, I'm sorry. Rules are once.
Once, okay.
When we go to the end, you have to comment. Thank you.
Karen Justice 46115. First, I'd like to say, we looked around. We've been in the community for a long time. We're not grand. I don't want to be grand, but if you want us to be like grand, do you know what their monthly or their yearly fees are over there for their property? $1,602. We want to put that one before a committee too? No. So don't look like they're getting something we're not. They're paying for a lot more. You want to start paying that kind of fees? We could have a lot of stuff here. And I don't think anybody'd vote for that. The other thing is I stood here and watched compliance come up on that screen numerous times. It sounds to me like what's being proposed is subversion. Let's call us this, but let's then see if we can make some other accounts to get around it. And that's how we got in trouble to begin with. So let's just go, we have a committee. If you want to form another committee to see how far you're going to cut the grass back on the golf courses, we have people that are knowledgeable, that we trust, and we trust you to do your jobs. And you've done it. You've gotten a good, knowledgeable committee. Every time somebody doesn't like something, don't waste your time forming a committee. They can go before that committee and present their case. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bill Weaver, 124087. I thought I should finally get up and say something. At first, I thought if there was going to be a special committee, and this is about charter clubs, it should probably be a subcommittee under the Charter Club Committee. But then I thought there probably should be this special committee because we've had a Charter Club Committee in effect for a pretty long time, and they haven't done their job. They haven't held people in compliance. And so maybe we do need a special committee that looks at everything, alternatives and the compliance aspect. I mean, it's just, I think we've just been not doing our job.
Thank you, Bill. Hearing no other discussion, okay, is motion and second. I'm sorry, Lou.
There was discussion about policy should be enforced, and I'm in agreement with that. What I'm not in agreement with is I don't believe that the existing policy is correct. And that would be one of the purposes of a special committee would be to review the existing policy and make recommendations for changes. Thank you.
No problem. And if not that I will sit and correct or anything like that, and I really have no vote or say in this, but the policies, both financial, property-wise, and charter clubs are reviewed by each one of the committees each year, and they do it in detail. And that's, I mean, you were on BNF, you went through them in due time. All right, enough said on this one. Hearing no other discussion, we will call for the question on whether to form a creation of special committee. A yay will be for to do it, and nay will not to be. Is that clear? Yay or nay? Sharon, first to you.
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Ann?
No.
Sue?
No.
Roberta?
No.
Donna?
No.
Jim?
No.
Noes have it on this one. The committee shall not be appointed. Okay. The goal attainment, I'm not going to go through. You'll see it on the screen there. That's up there. Board service recognitions. Who can live better than Jim Young. I got to tell you, these are things that I don't particularly like to do because I do not need recognition. I was glad to serve the community for the time that was here. I know, Sue. I got to do it. Come on, Jim. Let's do our thing.
Oh, God, Lord.
Line up. I have the pleasure of recognizing two of our outgoing board members who, for their years of service on the governing board. And I'd like to present each of you with a, come on over here.
Well, we got to take our picture? Come on, Jim.
I don't know if we're getting our picture taken or not.
We're going to be the thorn amongst the rose.
Well, at least we've got a beautiful lady to take care of us.
That's what I say.
You're so kind, so kind. It's green. It's green. Here we go.
There you go.
Okay, in recognition of and appreciation for your dedication, your volunteerism, and service on behalf of the recreation centers of Sun City West, and I know you'll be hearing from both of these fellows a little bit later, but Jim, he has had 2 terms. He was off for a while, and that's a lot of years of service. Yes, it should have been a sympathy card. Congratulations. Here, you want to hold this up. And George for being our Big George president and the years of service. I really appreciate the efforts that you put forth.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. Next one. Board comments. Sharon, I know you're on the phone, and I know it's coming to the end. I don't want you to be there any longer than you have to. Any other affirmative comments?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I just have actually 2 comments. One is that while I've been on the board, at least, I've never heard any director ever suggest that we open our clubs up to everyone. I've never heard the comment made, and I've never heard anybody on this board ever suggest that. The only 2 clubs that have had guests in on a regular basis were the 2 clubs we were discussing, and that was Kiva Bridge and the dance group. So I would just like the community to understand when there were comments made before, that is the only 2 clubs, and they've been doing it for about, 40 years. So even though I've been on here only for 18, when I came, both of those 2 clubs were also the only 2 that I knew had guests all the time, and that the rec centers were aware of it. But I'd like to just clarify that. The second thing is the transportation information, George, that you gave out was not exactly correct, and so I'd like to make sure that the gentleman, at least if he watches the rest of the video, I don't know that he's still in the audience or not, but the information that you gave was about public funding versus private funding. And the 3 things that you gave were correct for if you were doing private funding. That means that you own the property and the services, and you get to decide what you want. What I was referring to when I made the presentation originally in January was public funding, not private funding. And so the public funding would never go to the rec centers because it can't ever go to a rec center. The public funding would go to Maricopa County, who runs the sidewalks, roads, and transit services for this community. In addition to that, the Maricopa County handles both the funding and all of the services that we do have in this community. And that public-private partnership that was a pilot project, $6 million, was completely paid for by public-private money. Yes, it was, but it was approved through the Maricopa County. And the entire project now is being given to Sun City West by another entity in Sun City West. And so Sun City West and Sun City are still doing the project. It just won't be done through the rec centers.
Thank you, Sharon. And Sharon, just one other comment that I'd like to make to you personally. I know you're away. Please, safe travels and safety on the road wherever you are. Please come back to see us in September when you get done. Safety is always first and foremost. Thank you. Lou?
George, I have been mentioned in the e-news, and I would like to respond to that. May I have a minute?
A response would be, you know what, Lou?
Would you prefer?
Lou, I'm going to tell you what. Even though it's common, it's not something that's covered here, which is what director comments are for this. If you would like, and you'd like to make a statement on that one, I'll have it included as part of comments, as part of the minutes. Would that be sufficient?
That'll
for
be
you?
fine. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, just send that out. Thank you.
Very good. Thank
Any
you.
other comments from you?
I have no other comments. I want to thank you, though, for permitting the special committee to at least be on the agenda. I appreciate that.
That is my wonderful obligation sitting here for the last time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Lisa?
George, can you come back to me, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Donna?
I would just like to say thank you, Bill Schwinn, General Manager. I thought you did a great job today in making a presentation to the community about the 501c7 tax status. And I'd like to say that in my personal opinion, I think that staff and you and the governing board with the special committee, we have really truly investigated and done a lot of really thorough discussion regarding this issue for what is best for the community. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Roberta?
Well, I'd first like to thank you, George, for being the president of the association. I know it's a thankless job sometimes, and appreciate everything you've done and your guidance. And Mr. Young, I wish you luck on the fire board.
Thank you.
Jim, this is director comments, not your dissertation.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any other comments of what went on in our meeting today? Just
No,
say
but yes, I do want to say something. It's going to be brief. Lou, I appreciate your comments, and your demeanor showed that you meant it, and I hope you continue it for another 3 years.
Jim, thank you. It was a pleasure talking with you last night, as always, and appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Lisa?
I'm just going to try and be really brief. I too sat on the original tax committee, so I though am still really confused, which is why I was hoping that we could put together another committee and try and get some more information to help better inform the community on this 501c7 problem, as opposed to just telling some of our committees, our chartered clubs, that they should go become 501c3s. And I'm a little confused as to where the information's coming from, but I respect this board that I sit on, and I'm here to do a job for the community, and I will do it to the best of my ability. And Jim, I'm sorry that I am not going to get to serve with you longer. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Sue?
I just want to apologize for the length of our meetings. I'm so sorry, but thank you to those of you who hung in there, and I think it's been a very productive experience, and I think people have left with a lot more knowledge and a little bit more comfort.
Thank you. My comments about the meeting, first off, thank you very, very much so. To serve as the president has been the most humbling experience a man could ever have. The people who I have met going out and all the concerts and things like that, seeing you, each one of you, are beyond special. And I can only ask you, this is the crowd that was here before, but there's somebody who's next to you. Just look at them real quick and realize that even though we're all different and we all come from different areas, we're part of Sun City West. We're the heartbeat and we're the pulse of what this community is. Agree or disagree? I can guarantee you, if you ask the general manager, if him and I agreed on everything during the year, I can guarantee you it'd be a resounding no. Okay? However, we've gone to the point in our lives where we have gotten together, conversed, and been together to come to a real solution. I serve at your request and at bequest to you. and I cannot thank you enough for that opportunity. That is going to be my comments going out there. Microphone is now open to anyone for comments about anything for our governing board meeting. Allocates are wonderful, but the length of the day has been long. Please, and I see Bill. Is it Bill again?
Yeah, Bill.
I remembered. It's a miracle. Thank you.
This is Bill Weaver, 124087. This is on a kind of a completely different topic, water. What I did when I put plants in my property, I have documented every tree and every shrub, and I know how much water each individual needs. And so when I did my irrigation system, I built it so I could put just the specific amount of water on each plant. Mm-hmm. I would suggest that the golf courses do exactly the same thing, and they identify all of the plants and each emitter that goes to each plant so that they do know how much is going into each plant, and so they really know, because at some point in time, I do believe water will be the issue.
And Bill, if you'd like to know that information, call up Todd Pat or email them. He'll be happy to meet with you and walk your way through it. They're very good. Right. I am seeing somebody approach to the microphone. This is Brian Wallace. Brian Wallace is a former director, served 3 years on committees, served as our treasurer for 2 years and our vice president for a year. And I wanted to recognize him for his service before he speaks. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that nice introduction. And I have been privileged to serve on the governing board with many of the directors that are currently seated. However, today I would like to address the members of the governing board regarding the recent rancor and confrontational proceedings among directors. I would remind all of you that you are a policy board, not an operational board. As such, your power in Sun City West is limited to the creation and interpretation of policies and bylaws that form the environment that Sun City West members are subject to. The interface between the governing board and the operational staff is through the president and the general manager, and none other. You are a group of 9 peers. None of you is superior nor subservient to any of the other members. You need to work together to express purpose of the betterment of the Sun City West membership who elected you. Taking actions against those directors who do not agree with you is immature and detrimental to the service you were elected to perform. Having recently completed my directorship, I feel confident in stating that our members will not continue to tolerate the unprofessional behaviors from those of you elected to your positions. These include disrespectful interactions with other directors at meetings, continuing to advocate outside services that have been been previously rejected by the board, out-of-hand rejection of expert opinion obtained with the intent of guiding the board toward the best decisions and outcomes for the membership. To summarize, you are elected to serve the members, by the members, not to leverage your personal agendas. You represent Sun City West 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in everything you say, write, and do. If you don't like the job, please resign. Thank you for my time to address the board.
Thank you. And she's back again.
I'm back.
I love it. Thank you.
I'm Carol Klein. Do I need to give my number again?
Please, it's for the record.
121471.
Thank you, Carol.
I just want to give a shout out to PORA. Everyone has commented, not everyone, a majority have commented that when they first came to Sun City West to evaluate it as a possible residence, that their realtors took them to
Visitor Center.
Thank you. We went to PORA, and we were very, very happy with the reception that we had, the information they gave us, and I can see that PORA would be a very viable resource for showing their goods. I just wanted to give a shout to PORA, that's all, because I think that maybe we're overlooking that, and they deserve a lot of credit. And after Bill's explanation, it sounds like it's a win-win. for them and us.
And not only that, to them also, being the visitor center and having people going there first, which is what it is a real win for them also, not only for us, because
I got 58 seconds, and I want to say that, excuse me, but I'm going to use my time. They told us that they would give us a tour, which they did. And then we saw everything that was here. But they went out of their way to make sure that we saw everything, and there was no prejudice. So now you can have 39 seconds.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And listen, this is why I serve on the governing board, to see that smile and to see what goes on with it. This is what's so important.
I look forward to attending a lot more of these meetings. I just want you to know. I haven't been doing that, but you're going to see me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else from the audience, I have one thing. Outgoing director comments. Director Young, this is all about you. And thank you for your service.
You noticed how important this is. Everybody's left. And I don't blame them. I would too. First of all, let me thank you for 7 years of serving on the board. I've enjoyed 6 years and 9 months of it. And we'll not go into that. I'm telling you, I've been on about 10 boards in my life. I started when I was about 25 years old on a board, and I've carried it on. And I have never worked for a board that has as good a staff as we have. These people over here are excellent. Not only that, we had a manager, and I happened to be on the committee with some of you out there, that hired Bill. And first of all, it costs a lot of money. It doesn't happen overnight. And Bill is absolutely superb. And he's doing a good job for us, and I continue to hope and support him. Another thing that Bill has mentioned several times, and I think you people that know it. Del Webb started this thing 40 years ago. He wrote most of these policies. If we stick to them, folks, we aren't going to go very far wrong. He started it. I moved to Surprise 8 years ago. I took a tour of the village store, which somebody just mentioned about. And not the village store, I'm sorry, to Pora, to the village center, And a week later, I hired a realtor, and a month later, or less than a month, I bought a house, sold mine, and moved here. Why? Because I found out in one tour that this is the best place I ever want to retire to. So the next day, there was an appointment ready for the board. I applied for it, and for some dumb reason, they put me on. So I've been on the board.
There was no one else.
I know. It was I don't know who it was, Terry. But anyway, I saw 6 members that I served with out in the audience, and you stuck with us, so thank you very much. Please support Susan and support the board. I'm very, very pleased with what I heard from Lou. Now I want to see the action, and I believe I will. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed all of the presidents that I worked with. And George is no worse than the others. Anytime I called George, he had his mouth full of information.
Jim, like I always say, I'm third place in a hatchet fight. But
anyway, I enjoyed this, and thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to serve.
I will not have any outgoing comments, okay? Only because I think that service is something that is in a person's heart, and to serve is the best thing that I can do. The last thing on the agenda is the passing of the gavel to the incoming president. And I can only say this happened to me last year. It was a humbling experience, but I have to say I couldn't be passing it to a better, more competent person to be president that I've ever worked with. And I cannot thank Sue enough and the people who I serve with on there. Sue, the gavel is yours. And the important thing that is adjourn the meeting. Adjourn the meeting.
Oops, I have one announcement. I am at this meeting, I'm supposed to announce who the chairpersons will be for the committees. So at Properties Committee, Roberta Davidson will continue with that. Budget and Finance, Ann Brown will continue. And Chartered Clubs, Donna Maloney will continue. Golf will have a new person, Harry Stanenbein, our new board member coming on. And Sports Pavilion and Bowling, Lisa Vines will be taking over that job. And one announcement is my intent to extend the Special Committee on Arts and Design into next year after their brief start this year so far. So at that point, seeing nothing else, I will adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Yep. Huh?